Hey, what is up, Dungeoneers? Welcome to this episode of The Paper Dungeon.
Oh, no.
This is gonna be a super rad stream today. We're gonna go in a fortress again and do some stuff.
Okay, mistakes were made. I'm taking over. I'm taking the reins back. Hi, guys. Welcome to episode 17 of The Paper Dungeon. I'm so sorry for giving Grant a smidge of control. That was a mistake. But yeah, we're super excited for this episode. We don't have a ton of announcements that we need to get through, but we do have a reminder. I believe February 8th is going to be our Valentine's Day one-shot, DM'd by the lovely Miss Lydia K over there. Also, if you guys haven't checked out her sword earrings, you should do it because they're freaking rad. And they sell out quick, so you gotta get them while they last. Just saying. But yeah, that's basically all we have for announcements. Is that right, guys?
Check out our merch store at www.thepaperdungeon.com. Yeah.
Aside from shameless plugs, I don't think we have anything else as well.
Everyone, exclamation point, Pat.
All of it.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody. Good.
Sweet.
All right, I'm glad. All right, you had your opportunity. All right, sweet. Well, I think that's everything. So let's go ahead and get started with episode 17 of The Paper Dungeon.
Welcome to Nicomuras, a world full of sprawling cities and dark secrets. In the wake of the trial, a divine act of righteous judgment, the world has been launched into an era of rebirth. But there are those who still lust for darkness and ruin. Follow us across the continent of Talira, from the deserts of Elon Ryan to the fields of Rivaluna. Deep in the Bloomrose Ocean and high above the Alisar Mountains, our story will see our adventurers through glory, fear, and fortune as they make their way through the Paper Dungeon.
Pride.
And we're back. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But yes, welcome back. So, in the last couple episodes, we have found our party making their way to the city or town, really, of Katin, the home of Lada Lachlan, the mentor of Renaya. They were traveling there to relieve Haval of this curse that left him without the skin and muscles on his body. It's been slowly traveling from his hands and toes up his body towards his torso. He was given a timeline. They think that he has about 24 hours left, or 30 hours left from where we left off in the last episode. 30 hours before that curse will reach his torso, reaching a lot of the major arteries and causing him to die. They did make their way to Katin, where they did meet Lada, and she revealed that this curse could only be removed through the acclamation of a certain herb.
Check the notes.
Yes. Check the notes for Aaron. The name of the herb specifically is Anoson. Anoson herb. This small bundle of yellow flowers on kind of this thick stalk. And the closest place to get this herb was the island of Luce, specifically in Erithal Keep, the home of what was once the king of the dragons, Terkalamos, and who has recently passed on. They then decided that they would head to the keep to gather this herb and make their way through it to get it before returning to Lada to have this curse removed. After a little bit of prep and one night's rest, they did make their way onto the island of Luce and proceeded to march their way up to the center of the island, where Erithal Keep, this looming square castle of slate and iron plates stands tall above the rest of the island, standing on the highest point and then being taller than most of the tree line. This kind of boxed building of slate with these four towers on each corner. It was revealed to Cather and Edward as they were locked out that they are crystals above each of those towers, floating ever so gently, these large, jagged black crystals. The party then, most of the party, managed to make their way into the keep, having to go through a puzzle after being revealing some specters through gems and getting names and numbers and a little bit of an algorithm going. Eventually, they figured out the passphrase, "May he live," and moved on into the dungeon. This allowed Catherine and Edward to rejoin them, where they found themselves in a banquet hall. Banquet hall filled with beautiful men and women dancing throughout the day, throughout the hall. It was very quickly revealed to them that it was not quite as it seemed, and these men and women who were dancing were actually undead. Through some few good checks and few good saves, everyone managed to make their way and get through the banquet hall and barricade it so that they could rest there for the evening. They then proceed to have some good talks, and they all awake as we start. They all awake here in the banquet hall that they have barricaded, still in Arethal Keep, still looking for the herb. So, like I said, you guys are in the keep. You guys barricaded all the doors. The three elves have already been awake for about 4 hours or so, talking and figuring things out. But Haval, Edward, and Tarak, you now awaken, and the six of you are all awake and good to go.
Liam,
Yes.
earlier you mentioned sorry. Earlier you mentioned that I had around 30 hours. That was at the top, right? We are now 8.
So
aren't we 8 hours less? Didn't I only have
So
like 34,
you were-
36
Yeah, I was
hours?
gonna say I think
you
he's down to
had
22 now.
36. No, you had 36, and you guys have spent 6 hours getting to Luce to the island of Luce, and at the end of the night, you use 6 hours. So you
Then
have
we
30 left
took
from
a-
this moment.
But then I took a long rest.
Yeah. Oh, yes,
That's
you're
8
right.
hours. Yeah, so.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
8 hours.
Okay, you're right.
22.
Well,
I'm
22
I'm
hours.
keeping it
technically
fair.
6 hours and 2 hours of downtime, but still 8.
It matters.
Was it 36 hours? I don't feel
Yeah.
like it was 36 hours, but for now, sure.
But we'll go with it for sure.
We'll go with it.
I
I'll
think
take a
I
few
think we've
extra
got time.
hours.
22. I think we've got time.
We got a
Wait.
day.
Yeah, 22 hours left.
He'll be fine.
Fine.
22 hours.
We got it.
That rounds up to a full day.
Is that in like Fey time or in like?
Would he die faster or slower in the Feywild?
I suppose
Depends
it
on
would
how he
depend.
rolls.
Right. Oh gosh.
Depends on the dice.
Any
Well,
Hoosers, we all
Yeah,
wake
anyway.
up.
Do you think that Havel would die faster or slower in the
Well, with our luck, it would definitely be faster.
With my luck, it would be just like right in the middle, right? Enough to hurt, but not enough for it really to do effect.
But what
Right.
if
I
his
guess.
own personal time affected? And then what if he left? I don't
He's
understand how
not
time
going
works.
to die, so we don't need to worry about it. I am still sitting in the corner with Ginger.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
All right.
So is there like a
Is there a
way to
door?
leave? Like a door?
You guys remember that there were
There's
4 doors
four of
that you
them.
There's
barricaded.
so many doors.
Take your
Four
pick.
doors in the corridor. We want
There-
more.
There are 2 doors
7 years
on
ago.
either side. So just a layout of the room. There's the hallway that you guys came from, and there's no doors aside from that hallway on that wall. It's to your back right now. Going directly across the banquet hall, there's a clean wall with nice tables in front of it. The only disruption to that clean wall is about a 20-foot, or maybe probably about 15 feet wide box that protrudes about 5 feet from the wall of this smooth obsidian. There's this little box that comes out from the wall. On your walls to your right and to your left, there are 2 doors, one closer to the far wall and one closer to the entrance wall. You guys have barricaded them all.
We did.
Are there any scraps of cloth lying around from like the zombies and stuff that
If
had?
the tables
Okay.
have table covers, perhaps
Mhm.
use that too.
I don't
Yeah,
need
the
a
tables
whole
had runners, or tablecloths and runners, so you guys could use those for whatever you're wanting to use them for.
I'm gonna tear off a strip of cloth, and I realized after I had, gosh dang, stabbed the ghast or the ghoul. I don't remember.
One of the two.
I'm gonna use the cloth to wrap it around the sheath to keep it connected to the hilt, so I don't have to worry about it popping off when I I'm fighting things.
Okay.
I'm going to. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Front and left.
Front left, so closest to the. So
Yes.
closest to the wall with the black box. To left.
Yes. Yes.
Anyone know what the deal is with the black box?
I'm sure we'll find out soon.
Oh, great.
I
So-
have confidence in this dungeon.
You go over to what you're calling the front left. This rather simple door is simple for the dungeon. It has a nice golden imbued archway, and it's just a simple little arched door with one little latch on it. You go to pull on it, and it opens. And it opens onto a hallway about 5 feet wide that leads further down, just directly to your right.
Would anyone care to join me?
Perhaps we should open them all and see what we see. I mean,
I
how
have
do we
a
know
strange-
this is the right way to go?
Well, I do have a strange inkling they're all going to look like hallways, but we can sure try.
You see Edward crawl out from under his table, and he's just saying, "What are you guys doing? You guys are all in such a hurry. Don't you want to make some tea or something first? We're just gonna walk in."
Edward,
We're in a
You
bit of
didn't
a
tell
time
me we were
constraint.
going. I was laying under
you-
a table. What if something?
can you think a little bit more about why we might be in a hurry? Just
Okay.
for a second.
Oh.
Use your
It is
brain.
it is very
There's a
early
very
in the morning.
simple answer.
You two.
Melora,
gonna
I
go
thought
open
you
another
said you were
door.
going to tell me things and we were gonna plan, but you just opened a
Havel
door.
only has a certain amount of hours left to
Oh,
live. So would you
Melora,
like to take your tea and your biscuits while he dies slowly?
I would
I'm
like to
opening
have some
another
tea.
door.
Oh, by all
Which door
means.
do you open?
Whichever one is next to this first one.
Okay. While Melora and Edward continue to argue back and forth, you open the door
Yeah.
onto a very, very large kitchen. There are cauldrons, there are ovens, countertops, a variety of pots and pans. It's a very, very nice kitchen for the time. Like, it has a lot of relatively modern features.
Have a kitchen.
Oh, look,
A
you can make
kitchen.
it-
Great. Well,
Nice.
there you can get your tea.
Yes, I was
I'll-
thinking the
I'll
same
open
thing,
the
and he
next
By
starts
all
towards the
means.
kitchen.
I'm gonna
Why
go
don't-
open the next door.
Okay. So you go back over to the right side now. Are you doing closest to the black box or closest to the entrance?
I'm just working my way around.
Okay, so closest to the entrance. So you open the door onto another hallway.
Another hallway.
This one goes down and then it looks like it hooks to the right.
Goes to the right.
And upon opening the final door, you open it and it's just an immediate hallway that goes down left.
This one goes left.
So we got
Um,
left, straight, right, and a kitchen.
Yes. I don't mean to interrupt because I don't know if that would be correct of me to do socially, but didn't Lotta say that the garden would be like in the middle or something like that? Am I just imagining that? Did that happen?
I don't remember.
I think she said she didn't know where it would be.
Hmm.
I think she said the keep
She-
itself is towards the middle of the place. Like
So
it
if
was
I-
like
if
a
you were to
moo and it was
put-
moo.
If you were to put
Yeah.
like a garden, where would you put it?
DM.
Yes, Havel.
would Havel remember if Ryan, because Ryan doesn't remember because Ryan has pea-sized brain, but Havel has big wrinkly brain. So would Havel remember what Lotta said?
You remember
I have a higher
Lotta-
intelligence than you, Edward. I will fight you.
You remember Lotta talking about how the keep would be towards the center of the island. She didn't ever
Okay, yes.
mention anything about a.
I
Renaya,
listen to my mentor.
Renaya, you're right.
Yes, I know.
Dang, I did make that up.
Okay,
I was kind of hoping.
You're right. I'm just confirming you guys are right. I don't. Okay, I'm gonna be entirely honest right now. Death seems a lot more pleasant than whatever the hell is going on right now. So can we make a decision? Do we want to go down the straight hall?
Well, if we want to try towards the middle, DM, where did we enter? Like, the outside of the keep, would you say that we entered, like, was the gate towards the middle of a wall, or was it, like, more towards, like, a corner situation?
Yeah. So
Yes.
to.
Great.
Yes.
Perfect. Yes
This
to all
is-
of that. Excellent.
Yes. Give me 1 second.
He's got to search through the notes.
No, I'm making a map for you guys.
Okay,
Uh-oh.
great.
Wow.
Because we're
Fancy.
already towards. Because we
Gonna-
went down the hallway,
Okay.
we entered, and it
So-
opened straight through and went down the hallway.
This
went
is what you
left.
guys. This is what you guys got. So this is where you
Okay.
came from.
Right.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And then to your guys' left, coming from there, this is the kitchen and the hall that goes straight up. And on the other side is the other hall that goes straight up, and the hall that goes down and to the right.
So I
Okay.
have another clarification question.
Yes.
When we figured out the puzzle and the wall became a door, did
Yeah.
we go down the hall towards the left, or was it just down the hall it opened into the banquet hall?
Down the hall, open into the banquet.
Great. So I think we're already towards the middle if we want to just try the corridor that goes straight down.
You guys, based off of the scale of the building and relatively where you are and how far you've traveled, the black box is roughly what you guys would assume is the center of the building.
Oh, that would.
I have a
yeah.
feeling we should check out the black box.
Very simple.
That
Nice.
sounds like a great
Havel
idea.
goes and opens the
Great.
black box.
Oh, no.
Actually, okay, I would like to state this might be the best plan. Because if he gets
So-
cursed, then we don't lose anything.
True.
They
Well,
It's
cancel
more
out.
expendable than the rest of us.
Just to clarify,
It's a unit gain.
this black box it's not a black box. It's a tower. It's a square tower that goes from the floor to the ceiling of this about 15 foot wide. And I lied. It's going to be about 10
I
feet
think-
out from.
A better descriptor would have been column.
Yeah, column's just fine.
Did you say it does something like this, where it goes
Yes.
kind of like that? Okay. great.
Exactly.
That's an obelisk.
But not really an obelisk. It goes from it's a jut from the wall that goes from floor to ceiling of smooth
Rectangle.
black onyx. You go to inspect it, and I will need an investigation check.
I can
And
do
a
that.
Constitution saving throw.
Is anyone helping me?
I'll help.
Yay! And a Constitution saving throw. I'm okay with this.
Yeah.
Hey!
B.
21.
Okay. You go and begin looking around, and the immediate thought is that this is a completely smooth column, a completely smooth face. But after looking at it for about 20 minutes from just about any angle that you could possibly look at it and running your bone hands over it, Melora comes over and just starts running her hands over it as well. And she finally begins to feel just ever so slightly these 4 holes. Small, only about half an inch tall, maybe a quarter of an inch wide, rectangular holes in the front of the face, about 3 feet up, and about 4 inches apart, and this centered on the column. These 4 tiny little holes.
Have we found ourselves another puzzle?
Whether that's our trap.
Why not
Either
both?
way. Could be both.
I mean, there's nothing we can do with it now, right? There's nothing in the room. I would assume that it would be some kind of like keyhole or something, right? Kind of like the wall.
Perhaps.
And as
I
far as I
suppose-
can tell, we've got 4 holes and 4 hallways. Well, one of them's a kitchen.
We could revisit it. It's true. I mean, Ooh,
Oh,
Grant. Oh no. How will they argue now?
Prisoners
Here,
have
I got it.
problems.
Melora, you're being mean to me.
No, give me a second.
No. It's
Give
more
me
like
a second.
I need help.
I mean, perhaps if there is time on the way back, I just worry that we might devote a little too much time to trying to figure it out and then lose track and then not have enough time to get back.
Okay, well, why don't we go check out the kitchen first? If we have an inkling that each one is correspondent to a hole, then perhaps checking the kitchen would be the less committed one.
All right.
I don't suppose the herb that we're looking for is edible, by any means.
No, I'd never heard of it before.
Like maybe it's just a really good spice. Maybe it's in the kitchen.
It's possible.
Could be. It
Yeah.
could be.
However,
Have I
Yes.
heard of this magic rosemary?
Roll a nature check.
Unlikely, because I'm
it's-
terrible at nature.
It's just cilantro.
Just
Right?
cilantro. It's just some oregano. Just
Yeah,
you know.
it's just bee things.
Hey, wow, this dice is Hannah. Your dice are killing it tonight. That is also a 21.
Okay.
Mainly, do I know if it's edible?
Yeah, you've heard of Anderson before. It's not an overly common herb. Definitely not something for seasons or cooking. Very much regarded as something only for medical benefits in rare cases. Half the time, it doesn't even work. It's kind of like essential oils, where like there's half this group of people that are like, yo, this is the greatest thing on the planet because it can do anything, it can fix anything. And there's the other half of people who are like, it doesn't actually do anything, it's all placebo. So, you know, you've heard of it, you've never really done research into it or how you use it or anything like that. But yeah.
Okay. I relay that information to the party and go, not particularly consumable in the traditional sense.
In that case, maybe we should try a different hallway first.
perhaps
But what if we
Do
get
we
blocked
want
out
to
from the main round?
test our theory that it's towards the middle. I mean,
Aren't we
If-
at the middle?
No harm. Well, near the middle, it could be
Near.
one of the correspondent rooms.
right?
Because it would be really funny if, like, the garden was inside of that 15-foot cube.
Okay,
I'm just
well,
saying
we're not,
it would be
we're,
really
we're not
funny.
really doing much just standing here.
Yeah, we should choose a hallway.
Renaya, do you have any opinions?
I like left.
Great,
Left.
me too.
All right.
I'm down with the left.
So you guys proceed down the hall that's past the kitchen. So on your left side, but it's not the kitchen one, it's the further one. The first door that Haval opened then, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. You guys begin to make your way down this hall. Do you go down the whole hall and then come back, or do you stop along the way? There are two doors that you find.
Great. More doors to choose from.
Doors are good.
No harm in not opening them. I mean,
Yeah, I
Right.
suppose. Which one? I just opened one of the doors. I opened the one to the. If you're heading down the hallway to the right.
So they're both on the
Neither
left
of them
side.
did
If you're
that.
going
Dang
down the
it.
hallway, there's just one that's
I
closer
faced
to
the doors. The
entrance.
one on the far right.
Facing the door, the one on the far right. Okay.
Yeah.
You go down the hallway and open this into a rather humid room. Upon entering this, you can see to your left side, there is a large rack of different alchemical tools and bottles and distilleries, stuff like that. And to your right, there is a little like glass wall that looks, if you go beyond it, it looks like there's a greenhouse.
Guys, I found it.
Way to go, Tarak!
Well done, Tarak.
Let's try.
Excellent.
I did it.
All right. I enter the door as well.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys all enter into this room. You all see the same thing. There's a large table that has, it looks like a variety, this rather complicated alchemical setup going. Thinking like Breaking Bad, like making meth type setup going.
Right.
Great.
And then
That's the master.
just past it, there's that greenhouse wall, that glass wall. On the far side of that wall, you can see there's a good like layer of moisture on the inside of that wall. And past it, kind of through the foggy low visibility that you have, you can see large flora and fauna plants going on. I suppose those
It's
are
just
plants,
flora.
but yeah,
Fauna is
right.
animals.
You're right. It would be.
Do I
just
see
flora.
animals?
You don't see any animals. There's just a lot of
Doctor
plants in
Quotum.
there.
I would like to go to the greenhouse area and see if the door opens easily, and then look for the Anderson.
Yeah, perfect. You go over to the door, step in, and you immediately are hit with this wall of humidity. This nice thick layer of sweat immediately exudes from you. But you step in and begin searching through this greenhouse for the herb Anderson. Go ahead and roll an investigation check for me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do I see any potions out of the corner of my eye?
Go ahead and roll
And then
roll a d20 for me.
16.
16? Okay. You begin combing through this thick, almost jungle-esque landscape that has taken over this greenhouse. And as you do, up on the far right corner, there's a little windowsill with like 3 small, they're probably like medium-sized pots, probably about 8 inches in diameter, about 6 inches tall or so. But you can see these 3 large stalks with a couple of leaves coming off of each of them and little bushels of small yellow flowers towards the top. That matches the description of the Anderson.
Do I recall how much she said we needed?
She did not mention any of that.
Great.
I'm gonna walk over.
Yeah.
Is that it? Is that what we need?
I'm not sure how much we need. I
On
suppose
it, and
we
I'm
could
going to start writing to Lada.
Great.
You gave me such a good tool. Okay.
It's true.
Yeah, I got a 14, just so you know.
Okay, I'll get back to you in just a second.
So I'm going to write in all capital letters, "We found it."
Okay.
The little herb thing. How much do we need?
Bring it all.
She says all of it.
All right. Come on, boys. I start grabbing one.
Okay. Yeah, they're only about yay tall or so 2 feet or so long, and they're really easy to just kind of like rip out of the pot.
I'll actually
Do you just take the whole pot?
retract. I mean,
You
are
could
they
take the
all?
pot.
Are they all coming from one pot? I mean,
There's
a
3
pot-
pots, and each one has a single stalk coming out.
right.
of it.
That's what I was thinking. Because carrying the pot is going to be a little less
Yeah, I suppose
easy
so.
if we need to
Efficient.
face something.
I
Right.
feel bad just like pulling them out of there though. Like someone clearly put a lot of care. No, it's fine. Just take
I can
them.
create a floating.
Right.
I can create a floating disc for up to an hour.
It's true. If
I mean, I don't know. We do have a small horde of undead, though.
and that's my problem.
No,
Didn't
no,
my-
no,
no. Oh,
no. I was just saying this. If we wanted to go out the way that we came, which is the quickest way, there is a small horde of undead waiting
right.
for us.
Which is what I was saying. Which is my only problem if we were to carry the pots, then weapons and other such things. But the stocks are much easier to carry. However, there is a way to remove from the pots without breaking the roots. If you'd prefer, I do that, Tarak.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of thievery, even if it's like to save someone's life and if the owner is dead. It's just a personal thing.
I mean, he was Lada's lover, and we're
It's
bringing
true.
it to Lada.
We're
But yeah,
friends.
no, it's completely fine. It's just I'm not a big fan of it.
I would like to try to remove the stalks from the pots without breaking the roots.
Roll a nature check.
While they're doing
Nice,
anything,
Hannah.
That is
Go ahead.
a
Hannah.
24.
Oh yeah, easy. You like kind of. Oh dang it! They're not plastic. You kind of like tap the bottom of the vase and then kind of twist it a little bit, slowly pulling it up, and then kind of get the dirt out from under the roots and all that whole whole 9 yards. My grandma would be proud of me for knowing this. Hey, out there, Gucci. But yeah, you pull this out and manage to get these plants almost perfectly intact.
Here we are, and I understand your concern, Tarak, but as Renaya mentioned, I mean, it isn't like it's a stranger that had these plants, and it is for a good cause as well.
Yes.
Is there any parchment really quickly, actually?
Yeah, there's lots of parchment around on the desk and different tables.
Melora,
Hey?
I don't mean to butt in, but here's some twine. If you want, we could wrap the bottoms in parchment. Keep them in a little bit of dirt.
That sounds good to me.
Great. I'm gonna start doing
What
that.
were you saying, Drew?
I was just gonna ask, while they are doing the thing with the herb that's important, are there what sort of other plants and other kinds of herbs and stuff are there here?
Okay. Yeah, you start kind of meandering your way through the greenhouse, and most of it isn't stuff that you recognize. You do see one plant that you recognize are moon lilies. You do find a few moon lilies, which are native to the plains of Rivaluna. And so you can see those, but otherwise it's a variety of very extravagantly colored plants with large voluminous leaves and kind of just a variety of very unique plants that are clearly used for a lot of different things. One thing that you also do notice is the back right corner, just past that shelf that Melora was taking the plants from, the corner is cut and there's another archway door there.
Like the shelving is supposed to like cover it up.
No, the shelf doesn't cover it up. So instead of it being like a rectangular room, that back right corner is cut with another wall that has a door in it. And just before that angle change, there was that shelf.
I'll take note of the different variety of flowers before I make my way over to that door.
Okay. So you make your way over to the door. Do you open it?
Does it look like there's any traps?
Go ahead and roll investigation.
I think,
Okay.
no, as the rogue, I'm pretty sure that's the first time any of us have ever asked that.
Drew, I don't think you understand. We don't do that here. We just open the door.
Oh, that
No,
was
yeah,
almost
what is-
really good, but it's cracked.
What is check for traps?
Okay, that's still pretty good.
What is check for traps?
Yeah, what's this?
What is traps?
What is
It's
this?
called a myth.
Yeah, what is this trap you speak of?
Traps are just they're just flavor, they're zhuzh on the spice that is this dungeon.
I could make a
I like
could make
mine
a joke
next to
about
my neck.
the traps. Yeah, I was gonna say them.
Whoa. Let's calm it down there, buddy.
What did you
Talk
get, Drew?
about-
It's an 18.
Okay. Yeah, you go to open the door, look at Havel and pause for just a second and go, whoa, okay. We're going to take a step back here. Okay, and then you look around, you look on the floor for any trap doors, you look around the door, you look at the lock, you look at all of it, and you don't seem to think that there's anything that would be a trap by any means.
Okay, the door locked.
You go and pull on the handle, and it does open. As it opens, you look into a room that is much larger than what it should be. Upon kind of evaluating where you would be in the keep compared to outside, you think that this is probably one of the towers. Oh. And as you step through the door, you enter upon this
Use your words.
ever-expanding room that seems to have no borders. This very almost dimly lit room with flickering lights and a one single staircase that winds its way up of floating steps.
Interesting. Just
So guys, do we want to go back through the way that we came? I know that you had a discussion about
Go
this,
up
or
the
do we want to look
stairs.
for a different exit?
Hey guys.
No.
What?
Just saying. I don't really care either way. There is a staircase that leads somewhere. if we want to
Alright.
check it out.
There are
Wait.
plenty of stairs.
I know we wanted to kind of do this all in one go, but I'm feeling the pressure of time and wondering if maybe we should try and get Havel better and then come back.
We
And
have a
Right.
Well, I'm saying maybe this is a way out that
I
avoids
mean-
the zombies.
Or it's a place that locks us in a throne room with a decaying dragon.
I don't think so. This seems to be where one of the towers are, actually.
Listen, I'm going to be entirely honest. Normally, I'd say let's do it, but there are two women in my life that very recently have made it very prevalent that I have been using my better judgment, and I'm going to use my one better judgment for the day, and say that maybe right now is not the best time to do
Alright.
this.
I mean, that's very fair. I was just putting it out there. Although, check
So-
out this room, though. It's really cool.
Alright. So, if we are to go back the way we came and all of the skeletons and friends are waiting for us, Renaya, do you think you could do your fancy, really cool thing you did last time? I'm so sorry, I didn't know what you called it.
Yeah, no, I can do it. Yeah.
I mean, I think that if she stood in the middle of us as we walked away, it could be protection.
Tarak.
Yeah.
So you had an issue with the water before, and more specifically the things in the water, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything at all that we could possibly feasibly do to make you comfortable with traveling over the water?
As he is going through and saying this, Cather, you hear it first, preceded by immediately everybody else. You hear this loud, ear-shattering shriek, this type shriek, as it goes through and echoes through the hall. I need Cather to make a Constitution saving throw, and
Oh,
so does
no.
Melora.
Why?
Because
Hey,
Aaron
Dion.
thinks he knows
I
what
said
this
so.
is.
Earlier, I tried looking for potions.
Yes, you did.
Well, they're rolling their con
Have you,
saves.
before you were going through all this, you kind of looked through the variety of different alchemical tools and sets and stuff like that, and you're finding that most of this is more of the tool set than the actual products right now.
I'm sad.
It seems like Amos has been coming to the end of his brewing, whatever he was brewing, then in the middle of the process or having the products.
Any books?
There are a couple different books. There's some on the basics of alchemical solutions. There's one more on the advanced side of it. There's just one that he's been handwriting of different herbs that he has.
All
Cool.
of it. I take all of it.
Nice. So, what did you get, Catherine Melora?
21.
21. Very nice. Melora?
2.
2. Awesome.
That's
So you guys are
record.
talking-
That's
Guys,
the lowest she's ever
Guys,
rolled.
we were polar
That was a
opposites.
natural one.
Oh, and not
So, Cather, you standing in this room, your hands immediately go to cover your ears as this deafening shriek echoes through this room. Melora, you being the closest to that door, you also hear it. And for a moment, Cather, your body locks up, but you kind of shake it off as you kind of look around trying to figure out what caused this. Melora, as you're holding these, talking and trying to figure everything out, you hear the shriek, and your hands immediately go to cover it as well. And as you do, you feel your joints lock up and your body begin to become immobile, and you are paralyzed. I'm
Do I take
gonna roll initiative.
I'm so
damage? Or am I just
Damage.
paralyzed?
You're just paralyzed.
Alright, that's fine.
This is going
Right.
great.
Guys, don't worry. We're going to do fine. The bard's gone.
By the way, in
It's in their
canon,
face.
I like to imagine that
Don't worry,
Edward
I will play
just
Edward.
didn't go with us and is making tea and biscuits in the kitchen.
Let's see. What's the challenge rating of this?
High
No, we're gonna
enough.
have Edward be there.
No, biscuits.
To be
Let's see.
fair,
So
DJ,
Edward
if
got a 16.
if Edward is there, then it's like congratulations, an extra 20 hit points.
Aaron.
Okay.
Oh,
It's
wait! Before we start, I do believe that Grant can rejoin.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Aaron.
these are good
Dang
things.
it! I had his sheet pulled up and everything. I was ready to go. Although I do
Look
like to
at
eat,
this.
yeah.
Okay,
you.
yes, Grant's joining. Perfect.
That depends. The answer is almost always not at all.
Boom.
You
Welcome
grabbed
back,
right
Senor
car.
Before.
Hey!
First try.
Nice.
Baby. We're
I'm sorry,
back.
So-
what was that, Ryan?
To
Grabbed
catch you
right
up,
door
Grant.
First try.
Yes, catch me up.
Basically, what
I got
happened?
this.
They decided to go down the first hallway, the one that Havel opened up. Which then the first door that they opened happened to go to the greenhouse. So they managed to find the herb that they've been looking for.
That was easy.
It was super easy as they were kind of discussing what they needed to do next to get out of the keep and get off the island. They all heard this deafening shriek. And now Malora is paralyzed, and the rest of you are rolling initiative.
What?
And roll initiative.
Don't
Oh,
tell me
yeah.
you
more.
forgot-
I have an
you forgot
important
to
question.
mention that
If I-
Cather opened a door to an endless
To a tower.
like room with a staircase.
And
And-
not
Oh,
to mention,
okay.
I'm pretty sure DJ said
Rad.
in canon that Edward rolled a 16
Right.
on
Hey,
initiative. So
that's the best I've ever
congratulations,
rolled.
Hey, hey, that's great.
I also have a question.
That's great because I also rolled a 16 minus 1.
Yes.
Did Edward get his tea?
No,
No.
No.
he didn't.
How's he gonna? Oh, I mean, oh,
Has a midlife crisis at the age of 24.
23.
And I was
I
so
think he's
lucky
already-
for
I
it
think
to
he's already
drop
had
to
his
0
midlife
HP.
crisis.
I
Just-
totally thought I was as well.
I
When I
was
got
just
to-
like, well,
Wait,
she's dead.
I got a natural 1 and I was like, I am about to go unconscious right
Laura's
now.
not cursed, is she?
No, just paralyzed.
Okay.
Hannah,
Just
I thought it
kinda
was a
move.
banshee. I was so sure it was a banshee, and I'm like,
Oh,
well,
dude, I was hoping.
Did DJ screech for
Bro,
you?
I wish
Yes,
I could
he
do
did.
a better screech. It,
Okay,
it
good.
sounds more like Ryan's screech, except it's creepier.
I'm gonna have to watch the VOD and watch
Like
you screech.
me physically, like screeching, or
Yeah,
like
do
me...
the thing. Do the thing. You know.
Oh,
no.
gosh.
I have so many
No.
different screeches.
Do
No,
the-
I'm right next to my mic, and I'm not gonna hurt.
All right.
Guys-
what did we all
guys-
get? Are we keeping Grant's roll? Grant, do you want to
Oh,
keep
yeah.
your
hey,
roll?
hey,
For
Grant,
initiative?
No, I'm rolling again.
Cat, do you want me
Grant.
to screech?
Grant.
I rolled a 15 plus 2. I've got 17 on
Grant,
initiative.
before we do
Nice.
anything else, in case you forgot to, but I'm gonna hope you did because you're a responsible young man. Did you start
What?
Audacity again?
Bro, I've had it running the whole time, so Hannah doesn't have to find the spot on the podcast or Drew, whoever's
Nice.
editing it.
Okay,
but
just making sure.
that's Behind the scenes, onto the
Beautiful.
story.
So, 25 to 20.
20.
Okay.
Not that it matters.
No,
You
just
can
roll-
re-roll
roll
your
save
save
soon.
All right.
I said
Both
that at the
scarily
same
insane.
time.
Although when you're paralyzed,
Kind of
do you have disadvantage on dex checks?
I'm
19
pretty
to
sure
15.
you automatically fail.
Yeah, you kind of move.
19 to 15.
Oh, I got 17.
15.
17, Mr. DM.
Initiative uses your dex, but it's not considered a dex check. So she's good.
Okay, I was just curious. I didn't.
Oh yeah, Malora, non-existent.
14 to 10.
10.
13.
10.
Renaya. And I'm sure Havel has a better dex than
Aaron.
Yes.
And
While we're on
Rack.
this theoretical
1, 2,
thought,
3,
right?
4, 5, 6. Cool.
Initiative is considered a skill check, though, right?
Is
We're
it?
And so, could you theoretically be proficient?
Drew,
Do,
Just drop
do
it.
you want me to re-roll?
No. This
you're
is nothing.
fine.
This doesn't have anything to do with the
Drew,
paralyzed
after
anymore.
the game. After
This
the
is
game.
what I came
So-
back for.
Cather,
what
as
we all
you
came back
uncover your ears looking around for what this possibly could be, first you don't see anything. And you begin to look up and around, and circling above you, slowly making laps down around the staircase, you see this almost wyvern-esque creature, a little bit smaller than a wyvern, but 2 legs with large wingspan, and a reptilian draconic head, wreathed in flames flying off of it, making its way down and around, before eventually it lands just in front of you and immediately goes coming in, reaching for its with its 2 claws on its wings, and then coming in to bite at your face.
We're in danger.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I want this to be Cather's pet of the party. We all talked about how all the party members get pets. Track has his displacer
Your story
beast.
of how you first met is that it attacked your face. You're like, you know how I got this scar?
This is about to be a like.
Oh.
You know, we'll have
Dragon
Ginger the squirrel.
Does
we'll have
a-
Sassafras.
Does a
Second character.
does an 11 hit?
No.
Well, good. That was off of a 2. Does a 27 hit?
That's
Why
good
do you
to know.
ask?
And that was off of a 3.
Okay.
We're gonna have Willy the Wyvern.
Willy the Wyvern.
Yep, Willy the
I was
Willy
Wyvern.
the
half hoping
Wyvern.
it was a rock just here to murk us. It's like one of the guardians. Just...
Nope. Those are the wrong dice. There we go.
yes, the thing that hunts giants.
Yes, DJ's dragon dice.
It's fine.
Damage plus.
I'm sure I'm
That's
I'm
not a
not
good
dead
laugh.
right now.
So you take 12 points of slashing damage
Okay.
That was a lot of
and
dice.
8 points of necrotic damage and are grappled. As this thing lands in front of you, tries to bite at you, you sidestep it, and it swings in with the 2 claws on its wings and grabs you, pinching you between its wings and it's basically a thumb, and then begins flapping its wings again and starts to fly up. Let's see, it used how much movement? Use 60 to get down. Flies up 20 feet. And that is its turn.
Rude.
Melora, you see all this happen from outside the room looking in. You watch as Cather is bear down upon by this shadowed dragon, the shadowed wyvern. And you see him sidestep, get caught, and then disappear out of your view, all while not being able to move or do anything. Go ahead and roll another Constitution saving throw.
Don't mind me, guys. I'm just gonna be making my next character here quick.
5!
All right, guys. Hey, guys. We need a spellcaster in this party, right? We're like a wizard, right? I think that's who my new character's gonna be.
We need a spellcaster.
joking
What's
like
it,
that.
I'm gonna play a wizard, guys. It'll be real cool.
So, Melora, you stand there paralyzed with the utmost desire to break free and help your friend, but you just can't manage to get your muscles to move. And that is your turn, Edward. You kind of reel back from this screech, uncovering your ears, and you watch as Cather suddenly just gets lifted off the ground by this
Oh no!
shadowed wyvern creature and disappear out of your
Cather.
view from the greenhouse.
Oh my! Oh my! It disappeared out of view. Like
Yeah,
Like
so
gone?
to explain, the greenhouse is this rectangular room with the back right corner cut off by another wall, and there's a little archway, what you would know is to be one of the back right corner tower that comes out from the building. This is the entrance to it. And so you're standing in the greenhouse looking through the doorway where Cather was, and so you just can't see him now as you can't see higher than the doorway allows.
Oh, good. Okay, so I'm assuming that I wouldn't be able to. That'd probably be a bad idea, anyways. I will try to not Cather, and I'm gonna run in the direction to try to see where the dragon takes him.
Okay.
And come on, guys! And then I'm gonna cast Bardic Inspiration on Tarak.
Okay, so you run into the room, and it is, just as Cather said, this ever-expanding room with no borders. You can't see it. It just goes on and on and on, much larger than you would expect it to be. And you look up as you see this wyvern thrashing Cather around as it's holding him in its wings, as it's flapping up and down, pulling him up about 20 feet above you.
Nice.
And then
that's
you cast your
bad.
Bardic Inspiration.
Yeah. And then he's like, come on, guys, runs towards the dragon, looks back, says, Drac, help me! And that's how he casts it. that's about as
awesome.
creative
Great.
He
as I
said
can.
the thing. He
You
said
did
the
it.
thing.
Very nice.
I'm trying
So-
to be creative, guys.
Anything else that you're gonna do on your turn?
No.
Very nice. No, very nice. So
Wait.
Ooh, what?
Wait a second.
Wait a second.
Is Bardic Inspo? That's a
A
bonus.
bonus action? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Oh my
Grant.
goodness, I'm learning. So I still have my
Well-
action.
I feel like you
Oh my gosh.
regressed it in knowledge, though, because every other episode you've known it's a bonus action until now.
Okay. So instead, could I try to cast Detect Thoughts on the dragon?
Yeah,
Okay.
go for it.
Let's do
Look
that
at them
one.
surface
that.
thoughts.
I like how we came here to avoid fighting a dragon.
It's like a tiny dragon.
Oh no, he has to
know,
make a wisdom
wyvern,
saving throw. He's
you know,
gonna
it's fine.
win.
Now
Only
we're fighting
did
baby dragon.
only did 2/3 of my health in one hit. It's fine.
Is is an 8 big? Does an 8 beat it?
No. Cause I'm big. I'm a bigger.
Sorry.
Big. Oh.
So you get to the surface thoughts, right?
Yes, it says I know the surface thoughts.
You. So you cast your spell, causing this little circlet to go around this wyvern's head before kind of slowly like sinking into its head, and you immediately have this psychic link. And let's see,
Maybe it's friendly.
intelligence of 5,
Please tell me.
guard,
the surface
protect,
thoughts.
eat.
Oh,
Those are surface
gosh.
thoughts.
I wish it was just like its surface.
No! No eat!
I wish its surface thoughts were just.
That was the screech. That was the screech.
And
No eat!
I wonder.
Oh, God.
I wonder what it's thinking.
then Edward, after learning that, turns quickly and says, "It wants to eat us," and that's it.
Oh no.
Anyway, whose turn is it?
So, Catherine, as you're like getting thrashed around, barely staying conscious through this constant whiplash, you just faintly hear Edward go, "It wants to eat us."
Oh God.
Oh, wonderful.
What are you gonna do?
Oh man, good for you.
Well, see, I don't even know what to do because I
You're
considered
currently
briefly.
considered grappled.
I briefly considered casting Shield of Faith on myself, but what good would that do me? You're gonna roll above a 20 no matter what, so you know.
It's only +9. You have better than
That's-
50% odds.
It's what I have.
You know.
Yeah, and
Yeah, but
Melora
you're
misses all
also
the
dead.
time.
But see, he also has 2
But if
attacks,
you
and I'm
break free
right
of its
next
grapple,
to him.
won't you plummet?
Yes, that too.
That's fine.
So, you know.
And I feel like you go.
And then
I feel like just
roll
stay in
it.
its grapple. I feel like
Yeah,
you're safest in its arms
That's
right
what
now.
I'm gonna do.
You could
Um,
still. I mean, oh,
So I'm just gonna attack it, because you know what? That's
Go for it.
Cather
bud.
do what Cather
just-
does. You know.
Cather, try what Cather wants to do.
Go ahead and roll to
Except-
attack, bud. Roll
Except
with
the tiny
disadvantage.
dragon hugs.
Roll with disadvantage.
You're
You are
Midair.
currently clutching
You're
a
in the
wing
air.
being thrown about.
Well, okay, well,
It's disadvantage for attacking someone when you're grappled, right?
no.
No,
It's
not
restrained.
normally.
No, not normally.
It's disadvantage for attacking while you're being held by a dragon in the
In
air.
midair.
Also
I would say the
being held by
midair.
a
is
dragon.
I think that's
issue.
the
It's
worst.
the midair constantly flapping. If you were in his bottom claws, you'd be just fine. But the fact that you're literally being thrown back and forth-
he's holding it in his
Oh.
wings.
That's way
Yeah.
funnier.
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
right. Yeah.
So
Hence why you're being whiplashed, going up and
we're
down.
all just kind
as
of
I've said three
standing
times
there.
now.
We're all just kind of standing there watching Cather go.
I picture him going.
Worst trampoline ever.
He's just being ragdolled in the air by
Yes,
this.
exactly. Hence why the disadvantage.
But he looks
Okay.
jacked
Oh.
at least while he's.
He does
You're
look
right.
jacked.
Yeah.
As,
no.
as he's going through, you can see the muscles bulging,
shirt
trying to
flies.
stabilize himself.
Cather?
His core flexed. The traps
Ca-
just flying.
Oh, Cather, you are having the worst time, but man, do you look hot.
To be fair, this is the equivalent of like a giant shake weight
Oh my god.
for your body.
Oh my goodness. You know,
So
It's
what
the
you-
tiny amount of give that he has in his armor that's like the shaking motion.
yeah, I can't do it. Yeah, you know,
It destabilizes the fat.
what am I gonna do? Like,
Destabilize.
because like
It's
if
like
I
the
break out of
20s
his
machine that's
grapple,
like,
then I fall to the ground and probably still go unconscious.
See,
I
Drew.
got you.
if-
Come
if
on.
Although,
you
granted,
stay-
then I'm not
Arm.
in its arms.
Charm.
Yes.
the
Drew, if
drag-
you stay in the grapple, he'll go
Charm.
higher up. So when you
Yes.
fall, you take more damage.
I mean, this is also true.
Charm the dragon.
Kiyomura is having a field day somewhere. Like, it's just-
okay.
Charm the dragon with your muscle.
frolicking through
Mr.
the,
Mr.
through the
DM,
plains,
sir.
just strutting back home.
Mr. DM, sir, I would, on further consideration, I'm going to break out of the grapple.
All right, roll an athletic check.
I'm
You're gonna die.
I
Oh
would
my
attempt
god.
to break out of the grapple.
He's gonna go
Kenny,
unconscious.
If
I mean,
I
yeah,
would
no, I knew that. I knew that right away.
recommended that. I'm ready.
Does anyone have feather fall?
24.
What?
24.
Yeah, no, not even close.
Sorry, it has a +9 to athletics.
yeah, we
I'm-
know.
Paralyzed.
Well, that's
So-
my turn.
You go through, just trying to get your
if
head
only.
wrapped around what you're seeing and what's going on, and you manage to kind of focus on this claw wrapped around your torso and your stomach, and you just, with all your might, try and grab it and pull it open. And you get partially the way there before it just squeezes tighter, causing you to kind of almost lose your breath and not be able to breathe as it squeezes tighter around you. It is your turn.
Oh man.
All right, so guys, my wizard, he's really cool. He's
Stop it!
he's from
I
a tropical
cast
island.
command.
No,
moving on,
Drew, we
moving
can't
on.
do that. We have to buy more art then.
I cast command
Okay. Oh.
and I say drop.
Oh gosh.
Now,
What's
does
the
it
save? Wisdom
take
saving
that
throw?
as...
Wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
See if it works this
It'll work.
time.
It's gonna work. It's gonna work. It's gonna work.
30.
Natural 1.
Hey! Yeah!
Yes.
I'm sorry, Cather, I'm coming.
Drops to
That
the
one
floor.
counter? Not one counter.
No, no, no.
Sure,
no.
it doesn't
He
happen
plop-
yet.
He doesn't plop through the floor because the wyvern is trying to flap its wings. He on the
Yeets
down
him.
flap just yeets him. Oh no! Just spikes Cather.
That does bring us a good point. Drew, go ahead and roll a d4 for me. On an odd, you're going
Oh.
down. On an even.
Oh.
Yes,
No, I said
yes!
drop, not throw.
He's gonna
That's
get
right.
flung.
The command was drop.
It just let go.
Drop.
Yeah, it just let go.
It just
Four.
let go.
It just
Four?
let go.
Let's see, what did I say? Evens up?
I don't know.
Even means the good one.
Alright, good. I'll
Right.
keep that in mind.
Hey.
Alright.
Is that always?
We're
The
not-
good one
you
is
go through.
subjective.
You step into the door and throw out your hand. The arcane symbols that typically emboss your spells form a ring around your hand, and you push it forward, and it expands until it goes out and encircles this wyvern. And it looks at you, and there's a little glow in its eyes of this purple flash of glow. And on its turn, it drops Cather.
I think it worked. I think it worked. I think it worked.
But
And
by
that's
the
my
way-
turn.
Eve confirmed it's
Okay.
up.
Yes,
Hey,
I figured.
thanks.
Havel, it is your turn.
So I picked up the books.
Yep.
And
You
everyone's
picked
just
up
having
another thing.
No, I picked up 3 things.
All right.
They weren't cursed. They were handwritten. One of them was handwritten,
No,
and the other
you're
ones
fine. Pick
were
up,
like.
pick up whatever you'd like to, buddy.
Everyone's having a field day right now. I don't do ranged attacks. How far away is Melora from me?
What was that?
How far away is Melora from me?
Melora is at the other side of the room. Let's see, how
Okay.
big is this room? 30 feet. So she's 30 feet away from you on the opposite side of the room.
Okay, I'm just gonna leisurely jaunt up to her, just while all of this is going on. In the background, Cather being flailed around.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna walk up to Melora, and can I I don't know if this will help the paralysis. Havel
Okay.
doesn't know. Ryan
Okay.
sure as hell doesn't know. I want to try to use my help action on her. I'm just gonna pat her on the cheek and be like, all right, well, We can talk about this at another time. It's totally
I-
fine if it doesn't work. I don't care because I'm not going to use my action for anything else.
I was gonna say, if you want, you could use your action to make a medicine check to try and help her out.
Can the medicine check be just slapping her?
Sure.
It's goblin medicine.
Go ahead and make a medicine check.
Okay, I'm terrible at medicine, but
I'm
sure.
paralyzed, but I'm not unconscious.
A 12.
Okay. You go through, and you kind of look her over, and you're like, here, and point to like a little spot on her neck, and just karate chop her in her neck, like right here. It doesn't quite finish her off, but she'll have an advantage on her.
Finish her off,
on
she
check.
dies.
Finish him.
Yeah,
For the carotid artery.
I I like look her around and I like walk my hands up her neck and I'm like right there.
That's right. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. Perfect.
And I go and I like nod approvingly of my work and turn around. And
If I make my save, my reflex will be to hit, just so
Please do.
everyone's...
I'm not going
Please
anywhere.
waste your action attacking Havel.
Well, my action will be to make the save, right?
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah. I'm going to who's within 30 feet of me?
Currently, everyone but Cather.
Okay.
Is Edward farther than 30 feet yet?
Edward is 30 feet into the room, so he's within 30 feet of you.
Gotcha.
Is there anyone in particular that's gonna do? And this is a little metagamey, but is anyone gonna do something funky that might need advantage?
I'm
Okay.
in a sprinter's stance.
Okay.
What is gonna
Correct.
happen?
Tarek. I just kind of like look over
I
at Tarek,
think I
noticing
know
him
what you're gonna
winding
do,
up
and
for the
I'm so
run,
excited.
and I'm just,
Do it.
and I go, on your mark, get set, go!
And that brings us
I
into
try-
Tarek's turn.
I try to
All
time
right.
it.
So,
Please
Room-
RKO him into the ground.
room where Cather is.
Yeah.
Staircase, right?
Yeah,
How close is
exactly.
it to the staircase?
The staircase is about 30 feet in, and the wyvern is about 20 feet up, about 10 feet from the staircase.
Okay. I can make that. That's how math works. I move 30 feet in.
Yep.
I
yep.
bonus
The
action
staircase.
20 feet up the 25 feet up the staircase.
go.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to jump and try to tackle it out of the air.
Okay, are you trying to grapple it?
Oh, it's so cool.
Yeah.
So you
I thought you were gonna try and catch Cather.
No,
I don't
no,
think
Cather's-
you're gonna...
I knew he was
We
going
have
for
a
the
cleric.
tackle.
just a second. So, did you use your action to dash, or
No, I'm going to bonus action use my protective to get closer to Cather.
got it? Okay, perfect. Just go ahead and make a contesting athletics check then.
I will use my thing and stuff.
Dude, there's only
Easier
been
than
one other
natural
time where
20, it
someone has
doesn't matter.
suplexed a dragon, and it went really well, actually.
You're so kidding.
So
oh
I-
my God.
Does it matter if I crit?
Well, it doesn't really matter because he got a natural 2, which is an 11.
But can
Okay,
it
well, I
matter?
crit.
I'd really like to see
Um,
what critting means
But
in
for
this
the nat
situation.
20 counter, it counts.
Right?
Hey,
So, Tarak,
Yeah.
you go through. You got your sprinter stance. You feel the inspiration as Havel calls you off. You book it. Probably the fastest you've ever run. You go barreling up these stairs. It doesn't even matter that there's not a railing, and technically they're like 16 inches apart, and you had to like double time it to get up them. You go barreling up these stairs, and without a second's hesitation, yeet yourself off the stairs, and for a moment, you're weightless, flying. You go through, and a split second later, you grab both of its horns and go past it, causing it to twist its neck and fly and curve down, causing it to crash into the ground and drag into what would be the endless walls. Drag into the ground. We'll say it takes some damage. Let's
I
see.
believe
Yes.
I could fly.
to everyone
Make
that
a
I've
copyright
DM'd
strike.
back
Wait,
Okay.
does that mean it doesn't even matter that command word?
No,
is
actually,
already
because now the
critical?
grapple.
It does.
Now he just doesn't
Now-
take the fall damage.
Now
See,
the
actually,
dragon
no,
doesn't land
Lydia.
on Catherine.
Lydia, this is perfect actually, because that means he'll drop me right as I can get up and stab it while it's prone.
Hey, to DJ, Drew, Aaron, and I think maybe Grant, remember when someone RKO'd a Dracolich?
I do.
That was fun.
The events that transpired after that weren't quite as fun.
No, but that there was a brief moment where we were cool.
So, Tarak, you grab it, yanking it down and dragging it into the ground, causing almost sparks to fly as these scales drag across the stone floor. You gonna do anything else with your turn, bud?
Well, as we're sliding across the ground, I say, "Drop the metal man, Kukuldar!"
Perfect. Gloomstalker's turn.
Oh,
As
that's
it's
what it
being
is.
dragged.
What's that?
Yes. Gloomstalker, it's what you're fighting.
It's a stalker that's gloomy.
As it's being dragged into the ground, the flash of light transpires again. As it just slowly comes to a halt, it then just releases Cather, allowing him to, as he's upright, just take a step forward and out away from the Gloomstalker. Lydia, remind me, does command have it use its action to do that command?
Yes. It spends its turn doing that action. Is I believe the exact
So it
wording.
does that. Does it have a bonus action? Oh, well, I should see if that recharges. Nope. Yeah, that's its turn as it like slowly begins to try and get up with its horns being dragged down by a orc. That is its turn. Melora, you watch all this transpire. You're feeling the inspiration. Havel was like, yeah, you see Tarak helping out. Go ahead and roll your constitution.
And Havel karate chopped my neck. For one.
That's what the hayak was, in case you didn't get it.
Natural 20.
Oh my goodness. Nat 20 counter.
Beautiful. You
that karate chop.
feel it, just the slow spread from your neck as your jaw is the first thing to be able to loosen up, and you immediately just start like cussing out Havel, ripping him to shreds before eventually the rest of your body follows that, and you're able to move again. You still have your bonus action and your movement.
I mean, I didn't know how well it's looking, but I suppose I'll use my bonus action to Hunter's Mark,
Okay.
and then get myself in position to have a good shot.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, you go up to the door, standing just to the side of the doorway. That way you have a clear shot of it, but it has basically no vision of you. And yeah, anything else that you're gonna do on your turn?
Well, I needed to use my action for the save, right? So
Yeah.
that's all.
Nice, very nice. Edward, you basically have a dragon that just landed on you.
I know, on me, next to
Basically.
me, by me.
Yeah, it's like we'll go with the comedic effect of it. It slid to a halt right in front of you.
And he takes out his rapier and stabs it.
Nice, go for it, bud.
Oh yeah.
Is he flanking? Because I'm like,
I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
he's on the other side of the head.
Theoretically speaking, the thing's
You're basically
prone
holding
to-
the jaw open to him.
get in.
18, huh?
That hits.
Let's go right in the head, probably.
Yeah, the underside of its jaw is currently facing you. That's what
Oh
you're
wow, that's a gnarly part. Let's go. So I got it.
It's happening.
I'm actually rolling damage.
Wow.
I feel like
That's
actually Edward hits
5
quite a
whole
bit with his
damage.
rapier.
All right.
Let's
Oh
go.
yeah.
I
Let's
poked
go.
that thing, and then I go, huh! And I pull away and back away.
As you pull out, this tendril of smoke and gloom just kind of billows out from this little tiny pinprick that you have put in it.
That's a good
Nice.
thing, right?
Sure.
Are you gonna do anything else in your turn?
He'll probably back away a little.
Okay. You
Let's say,
waited. No, he's grappled him.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Probably only let's say, 10 feet.
Oh,
Just like
perfect.
10 feet, just because he's afraid of it.
Beautiful. Cather, it is your turn. You take one step out of this claw and look behind you and around, and you can see Tarak just grappling this thing, keeping it pinned to the ground. What are you gonna do?
The sword's coming out.
Oh yeah,
and we're coming down.
very nice.
I
I don't know what you're saying, but we can't hear you.
I just said, wow.
assume I have advantage.
Yeah, you have flanking.
Just like a paladin to just walk into a room and whip out his sword, just
Right.
You know, what I'm realizing is we could all just leave and shut the door, and it's too big to fit through the door.
This
No,
is
no,
true.
I was gonna
but
say
that would
something like
be-
that, but we
Where
already
is the
started
fun
combat.
in that?
That's not
Leia?
satisfying.
Living? I think living's pretty fun sometimes.
It's
No.
overrated.
But only sometimes.
Ask Havel.
All right, so that's a 20 to hit total.
That hits.
That's a good.
Neat.
That's a good.
That's a good.
You know, I'm really mad at this thing right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Go on.
What?
Get
You
it
don't
with the
like
smite.
it just yeeting 2/3 of your health and then grabbing you? Like,
you
you don't like being manhandled, Drew? Come on.
Can't say I do. Can't say I
Don't you
do.
remember Kiyomura?
Okay, man.
I'm not even gonna. I'm not even gonna
I would like to
acknowledge
give a
that.
blanket apology. we are wild in today, and I don't know what's up. It's a Monday.
Divine
I don't know if we've had a really good or a really bad week. But I'm really sorry for the content that you're viewing right now. We'll get it under
literally
control.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
sure.
It smite's kind of low, but it's fine. It's fine.
I think every week is a good week when we get to play D&D, guys.
You know? Yeah.
Yes.
You're right. Slap that puppy on a bumper sticker.
16 points of damage.
All right. Sorry, I have to recover from choking.
You're fine.
You're fine.
You don't need to talk. It's okay. Lydia's
Nice.
substitute DM. Go.
Yeah, she is.
It's our friend now. We adopted it. His name's Jerry. Off we go.
Hail Falcor.
Replace your reality with
Catherine,
my
you
own.
didn't do anything else in your turn.
What type of damage was
No.
that, by the way?
Which damage?
The damage you just did, Drew?
It was 8 slashing and 8 radiant.
Huh?
Okay, that's good to know.
You see, it had gloom in the name,
Yeah.
which is an important gush thing.
And it is
thing to know.
DJ. This is a magic weapon. If that also matters.
No.
No, okay. I figured I'd say just in case.
Is it made of cold forged steel? Then I don't care.
Yeah.
So-
that's
Raw
my
iron
turn.
bar.
Beautiful. Renaya, it is your turn.
Go.
Get him, Rennie. Go get him.
Go,
Oh, it's
Rennie.
my turn. Okay, I'm gonna see that we're all attacking it, and I'll just go in with my quarterstaff.
Whack.
I mean, my mace. I have a
Nice.
quarterstaff. I've just
Okay.
never used it. I'm just kidding. I want to use my mace.
Go
Yeah,
smash that puppy.
I like my mace.
Don't smash puppies.
14 to hit.
That just barely misses. As you go to come in and swing.
Wait, does she get
Not feeling
advantage?
it.
Are
Okay.
people flanking?
Yeah, I see
Hey.
people are flanking. You could have advantage.
Do it,
Plus-
Renaya.
Plus,
Come on, Renaya.
plus it's
That's
technically
19.
prone, right?
That hits.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it did fall out of the sky.
Okay, so that's 6 damage, and then I'm
Nice.
just gonna yell, "Get out of the room and shut the door!"
Nah, that'd be logical.
And then I'm gonna get out of the room.
And shut the door.
Yeah, she just locks us all in there.
All right. Havel, that brings us to your turn.
One, I look over at Malora and I go, I helped you. And like, offended, Howell's gonna start walking towards the Gloom Stalker. Can I
You
make
walk
it
past
to...
Renaya.
What are you doing?
Get out of the room. Shut the door. Havel goes into the room, opens the door.
Everyone is still fighting the thing, right?
I mean,
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Everyone
okay.
but Renaya.
Everyone but Renai.
I just said it. I
Edward.
literally.
You just said that yes, we should leave, but we were already here, and I think we can kill it.
I mean,
Confidence.
hopefully.
The first step to victory.
I mean, yes.
Okay, fine. Havel's going to look over at Melora and be like, "What? okay, rude, and is gonna look over Renaya, and
Sneak
oh,
attack.
she's gone. She left.
Sneak attack.
Renaya left the chat.
Sneak
Renaya has
attack.
left the chat. Nope, she's still there. You can look over Renaya and be like, "Do you want to try to make an escape, or there are three people currently still in that room that could use my assistance."
Sneak attack.
Great. Havel's gonna walk into the room.
Can't respond. It's not my turn.
Sassy.
And can I approach Wyvern?
100%, dude. This
Yeah.
thing is big. You have to walk like 15 feet to get to the tip of its wing.
Yeah. While I'm kind of walking there, Havel's going to take out his rapier, spin it once, and then stab it in the eye.
Oh, okay. Go for it. You have sneak attack.
If you
If you hit.
Tell me it's a natural 20.
Natural 1.
He laughs the same way for nat ones and nat 20s, so
No.
we never know.
That's because
I just
all of
laughed.
life is comedy and pain.
we take these,
I just
boys. We
laughed.
take these.
Nat 20 counter.
Let's
Alright.
go, boys. Let's go.
So-
We're starting it well today.
How many do you have for sneak attack? 3d6?
Nah, it's like
2 right now. No, 1
2d6
probably,
right now?
actually.
it's like
It's like an AD6.
on the book.
86.
It's 2d6. It's 2d6.
It's 2.
2d6.
Hey,
Yeah.
that's
So
that's
12 plus your rapier, which is a d8, right? So that's
Yes.
20 damage minimum, or 23 damage minimum.
more than that, actually.
Yeah, 24. Actually, 24 damage minimum.
Well, more than that, because you have to add your dex too.
That's 24 damage.
That's the plus 1.
Yes.
You only have a +1 to dex.
I have a +4 to dex.
He's trying.
Anyway,
So-
moving
any-
on.
So
Just do the math.
Roll the dice. Do the math.
if my 2 sneak attack dice are
Yep,
12,
That's 12.
and I get a maximum of 8 damage on my d8.
Yep.
Yep.
That's 20.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And then I add my dex,
Uh-huh.
Yes. Did you
24.
roll your d6s as well?
Uh-huh.
and then I did not roll the dice yet, but that is
And
that is my
did you-
baseline.
Yes.
24
yes, that
is
is
minimum.
Yes.
Yes.
24 is my baseline. That is what I was saying.
So yeah, roll the dice.
Holy sh! I rolled 2 6s
Hey.
on my sneak
So,
attack.
so we're at 30. Wait, no. We're
Is that
36.
max damage?
36.
24,
So far, it's max
36.
damage.
And then you also have a D8 still.
Roll an 8.
Hold on,
Please
hold
roll
on,
an
hold
8. Please. Please do it.
No, I had to balance out somewhere. This is a
Ah.
3.
So 39 damage.
39.
Oh,
It only took 5 minutes, but we got there.
that's nice.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
That's
In
pretty
the
good.
eye?
In the
Also,
eye. Stabbed it in the
DM
eye.
DM, did it feel like it did? It look like the radiant damage had extra effect against this boy?
Yeah, that radiant damage seemed to cut a little deeper.
Cool.
Yeah. So you go over, you strut, you
Yep.
wink at Renaya as you go, you strut, you pull out the rapier, you wink at Tarak as he's holding the head ready for you to strike.
No,
Oh.
I'm spinning the sword like
Oh
in
yeah,
my hand, like just
100%.
like
Confident, cool, collected. You have no worries, bro. You go over there, you very smoothly, like you're filleting a fish, just slide your rapier in and just gouge this eye out before kind of pulling back and causing it to pop. This Gloomstalker screaming and screeching the whole time. Yeah, that really, really hurt. It does not look like it's having a good time right now.
Nice.
I
Solid.
with my bonus action am now going to look at Cather and just go, all right, wrap it up there.
When he winks at me, I take one arm off and I just go.
And it goes back to just armbarring it.
Yes.
All right, Trek, that's your turn.
Oh, it is?
Very nice.
Oh, shit.
Rack.
I mean, it feels wrong to kill Steel.
No, just give it to Cather. No, kill it.
I'm in the middle of a
Do it.
grapple.
Choke
I
it
don't
out.
do kill things.
Do you want to just
Squeeze its
How,
throat.
how close is Cather to me?
right next to you?
is like 5 or 10 feet away from you.
If I mount the dragon, am I within 5 feet of everybody?
You'd be
Instead of-
within 5 feet of Edward, Cather, and Havel.
Edward
Okay, yeah,
moved
the
10
important
feet
ones.
back, though.
I mount the dragon.
Oh wait, not Edward, but yes, Cather and Havel.
He's fine. Cather and Havel are the concerned ones. I'll slide on top of the dragon.
Okay.
Reach a hand over. I'll tap Cather's shoulder and lay on hands him for not a whole lot, like 10.
Hey, that's I'll take it. You know.
I should have given it to Melora.
She's fine. Then yeah, that I'm done.
Nice. Yeah, you go over,
I'm just
reach
here.
out, and close. Well, not really close. It's more like his ribs pop back into place with the lay on hands. That's gonna take us to the Gloomstalker's turn.
Yep.
It's not having a great time. Does it care that Tarak is on it?
Great question.
Can I change
Yes,
who I give my advantage to? I kind of want to give it to Melora now that I think about it.
Odd or even?
Even.
Nope.
No? Okay.
Sorry, bud.
The reason I'm saying is because Melora goes before you, Cather, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So, yeah. So Melora's going to kill it either way.
It's true.
Yes.
She is that amazing.
She is.
Let's see.
Just wanted to
doesn't
give her a
have
more,
the
like, sure
intelligence
shot
to know
at it.
that, so it's just gonna well, let's see. Does
Cry.
it have that?
Crying is a free action.
Oh, so close.
Try to stab someone, punk. I dare you.
I suppose it cares. It kind of like arches its back and like stands back up onto its wings and folds its neck almost over and tries to grab you with one of its claws, Tarak.
So is it trying to attack me or break a grapple?
It's gonna break. This is how it's breaking the grapple.
Gotcha.
That is a 21.
Come on.
Oh, Tarak.
Come on. Beat it. 22. Come on.
Let's see. I'm gonna use Edward's bardic inspiration.
Yes. Go, Edward.
Woo! How does a 24 do it for you?
Very nice.
Yeah.
It goes up and it reaches up and kind of claws at its neck and around, but it can't quite grab you. So it plants its foot back down, looks up, almost throwing you off of it with the ferocity of it throwing its head back. Looks up, and then all of you watch as for a second this almost shroud of smoke emanates off of it, and it disappears. Tarak, you disappear along with it as it teleports 40 feet straight up and begins flying away. It's going to use.
Nope. Kill it.
Let me just double
Waited my
check.
whole life for this moment.
Nobody expected Tarak to get the pet dragon.
So Tarak's just gonna
Worse,
rack
it's a
up an
gloom
army
stalker.
of super sick, gosh dang
Okay.
animals.
If anyone was going to befriend a Gloomstalker, it might have been Tarak, considering he's the gloomiest.
He is the gloomiest.
Hey
Pretty
man,
gloomy.
I'm just a nice guy. All right.
You're also deeply sad.
Look, aren't we all?
Ooh, that's a question, actually. Might be a
Very
poor
fair.
question, but it's a question.
If only Cather had a javelin.
That's
If
what I'm
only,
looking for.
You know, if only
Just
he
gonna
had a
check this
javelin.
DM screen real quick.
Although
no.
part of me is considering the sleep spell right now. Not gonna lie.
You know it's bad when the DM realizes that he doesn't know where to find something in a book, but he does know where to find it on a DM screen. That means it's commonly used.
Okay, so its speed is 0. So it's just hovering there. So yeah, it's 40 feet up. Somehow not being able to really flap its wings to gain any loft with Tarak being on it. But
Hey, that's what I'm
Yeah.
here for. I'm like 400 pounds of dead weight.
I suppose that's fair. Yeah, that's the Gloomstalker's turn. Melora, it's your turn.
Let's go.
All right. So, how far up did it teleport?
40 feet.
Okay.
Killed the boy, sharpshooter, you got it.
Right.
I believe-
All right. I will try to avoid Tarak, and I'll loose an arrow.
Kill Tarak as well.
Shoot it.
Oh, I can take 40 feet.
Shoot them both.
All right. That's a dirty 20.
Oh, yeah, that hits. Go for it, girl.
All right. 9 plus Hunter's Mark. 3. So 12 damage.
Okay, perfect.
No, is it not dead?
No,
Probably
it is.
not.
Oh,
It is. It's at 5
What?
HP. So, Melora, you pull back and loose your arrow, just causing nothing dramatic, nothing special. It's just a single arrow, and it's so weak as it sits there, just that little pinprick in its neck, just causes it to give up. Tarak, you have 2 options.
That's
Okay.
so sad.
You can either abort the ship and take full fall damage, or you can stay on the ship and potentially take half fall damage, or potentially take an extra 2d6 depending on if the dragon lands on you or not.
Alternate. Should he jump onto the
Well,
staircase?
okay. Drew, hush. All right. Now, I just want to be clear here. Aaron has the worst luck known to man.
Yep.
I can attest to that.
But boy, do I love to gamble. I mean, we gotta gosh dang go for the half.
Okay. So
Big
Go
money
ahead.
plays. Big money plays.
and roll a dexterity saving throw for me.
Oh man, I'm so good at those. How did you know? Yep. Okay. Let me just do some math here. Yep, that's a 7.
Okay, so 60-10.
Wait, 60 10.
Oh no.
So he was
Yeah,
taking
so it's-
40-10 from the fall, and he gambled, and now he's taking an extra.
I thought you
2d10.
said it was 2d6, not 2d10.
You did say 2D.
I mean,
Did I
I
say
honestly
2d6?
don't care either way.
Oh,
But
I
you
meant
did say
2d10.
2d6. I'll take the
do
2d10.
I'll do 2d6.
No.
I'll be a man of my word.
I mean, okay.
split it down the middle.
I'm not a
2D8.
DJ.
So-
I'm not going to complain if you want to deal me less damage.
40-10. Okay. 15. Okay, you take 31
Okay.
falling damage and another 6 points of
Okay.
let's say it's bludgeoning as it crashes on you.
I'm fine.
Is falling
Everything's fine.
into
How much
compact
health
dirt
do you
not
have?
bludgeoning?
It's
41,
probably
so I'm
bludgeoning. They're all
sitting at 4.
bludgeoning.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Tarak! And Edward runs to the dragon.
Yes,
and
you
where
all
I do
watch as
the-
Tarak.
I do the Hercules, like the overhead press, or like the Tarzan with the tiger or the panther, whatever. And I just kind of lift it up. I look really heroic, and then I just kind of throw it over. Nice
Very
shot.
Do you do that? Cool.
Thank you. Are you all right?
Just a couple broken ribs.
I'll look over and
As
do
he
cure
stands
wounds.
there holding it, he sets it to the side and he takes one step forward and collapses as both of his legs, pelvis, and spine is shattered.
Oh god.
Edward stands over him and kind of looks at the others like, we have to get him out of here. What are we going to do?
Ah,
cast
about
it's
10
actually
hit
not
points.
that bad. It's fine.
Renaya casted Cure Wounds for 10
Oh,
hit points if you didn't
great.
get her.
I'm feeling great.
Renaya,
Hey.
thank you, by the way. You kind of saved my life there, so I appreciate it. Oh,
Nope.
Oh no.
oh, there, wait, yes.
I mean, we did just take out this thing. We have a bit of time. We could check upstairs.
You crazy? You want to go on after that?
I wouldn't have pushed our luck. I couldn't
I mean,
have
while
moved
we're
for
here,
Well, what else do we have to do here? We have
I
the
mean,
herb,
we have to
don't we?
find
We
a
could
dragon
go.
horde eventually. And look,
Right.
I'm just gonna end up living here eventually. I'd like to know.
Oh,
DJ.
right.
Yes.
Tarak, that reminds me of what I was talking about before I got attacked.
I believe Renaya had an idea actually.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm not sure if this is what you mean, but you were saying that you're afraid that it's going to sense you specifically. And so I have this thing, and I was trying to remember how to do it before Lada did her thing, but then I remembered it on the way. And so basically what I can do is I can, like, if anything tries to detect you, make you come off as something else.
I don't understand what you mean.
It's called Arcanist's Magic Aura, and I can basically mask you. I can make whatever they're trying to detect not be you.
Come on, Aaron. Throw us a
I'm
bone.
not gonna lie, I don't know what you mean.
So
Oh my goodness.
I'm really trying to understand, I swear. But
So like if it was like an object and it was like magical, I could make it appear non-magical if anybody was trying to detect it. I can do the same with you. As far as
I'm
like,
not magical.
Like no, I'm
So
I mean-
you could make it so that like they think he's not an orc.
yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything that the spirits don't attack?
No. It's just they're more likely to attack me if I'm an orc.
What if I just made you seem like an exact copy of me?
I would be very small.
Yes, and
And undetectable.
inconspicuous and undetectable.
Right.
What if she made you seem like a dragon? So that
Then
you're
I would
big
be
and
much
they're
larger than
afraid
I
of
am
you,
now.
right?
No, the dead fear nothing.
Oh, you're impossible.
I'm sorry. Look,
Like,
Let's-
do they look? Do
let's
they look
give
for
it-
good?
let me
Do
think
they look
about
for
it for a
evil?
little bit.
Okay.
let me think about it for a little bit. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna be honest. I might have a concussion,
I
so
can do cure wounds again.
that's I'm fine.
He'll be
But
fine.
let's give me some time till we actually like have to go or something, and then like we need to go if we have to go up or out.
DM, may
Yes.
I just peek up the staircase to see how far it goes, / potentially see if there's like a light coming from the top?
Roll a perception check.
DM, I want to try to get a Gloomstalker's tooth or talon.
I was gonna say
Is
I'm gonna
he
yeah.
a 21?
21. Yeah, you look up and it does seem like it eventually ends, probably about 100 or so feet up. And there is a little glint of light.
All right, well, it had to come from somewhere. However, it could have just been perched at the top of the staircase. I see a little bit of light, but didn't know if it's a door or a way out. But we know for sure that the way we came is a way out. We just might have to be careful.
As she's explaining all of this. Oh, sorry.
Pardon?
Sorry.
What'd you say, Havel?
Sorry, Havel. What did you
I
say?
was just gonna say, Renaya, you said you wanted to leave, right?
We can do whatever you guys want. I want to make sure that we get Havel taken care of.
Insight.
Okay, roll an
She's
insight
not
check.
actually all right.
No, I don't trust your words, she demon.
Oof.
Don't attack me with
Actually,
that
that's a
silver
lie,
tongue.
Hannah, because apparently your dice are fighting me now. I rolled real good for the first half of the game, but not anymore.
You
'cause I
filled
was
your
a nat
quota
one.
of good rolls, I suppose.
I got a natural 20, so
That's
Oh, untouchable.
Yeah, she seems like she's generally
now
cares
see,
about your
natural
well-being.
20 on persuasion or deception.
you don't know.
Havel,
So deceptive, you don't even know. What it
Havel
was.
squints at you, Renaya, for a little bit and just goes,
You then go harvest your talons and claws. Go ahead and
I just
roll
want-
just one.
just
Okay,
want one.
yeah,
I mean,
easy enough. You go through and you manage to remove a fang from it. As you are near its head and around its neck and stuff like that, getting the jaw, you do see a small silver chain, gloom relative to a gloomstalker. Small silver chain around its neck with a little onyx key hanging from it.
Oh no.
Well, we're living the dream.
Wait, isn't that a good
I
thing?
point that out to the room again. Everyone. I grab the key. And can I rip it? Can I like?
Oh yeah, you
Rip it
just
off,
yank it
or-
off. Yeah.
Yeah, I yank it off. I'm just gonna hold it to everyone. I go. Does this look familiar to anyone? I think there's a quarry that must be fulfilled.
It means there's 3 more.
There are 3 more.
Okay, this is not in game. This is Grant legitimately. I have no clue.
Oh,
You
why
yes,
this
okay.
is
You
bad.
may have been out of game at that point.
Yes.
We found
So-
Because I was like,
Yeah, if
dude,
you
it didn't
remember-
item get like we got a key, nice.
If-
and then
if
everyone
you
was like, oh
remember-
no.
So Grant, do you remember from the last session how I ended it? Or not when I ended it, but how I told you about how in that banquet hall that you guys stayed the night in, there is that black column on the back room that went
Yes.
from floor to ceiling.
Yes.
After they examined that, it's about 15 feet wide, 10 feet deep. This square black column that goes from floor to ceiling, and they managed to feel out that there are 4 tiny, basically keyholes in the face of that,
Okay.
and that's the only feature to that smooth obsidian.
Every guardian.
Oh,
has a
I
different
get it
key,
now. I understand.
Oh,
and
it's
that's
returning.
You're
every guardian has a different key, and that is the entrance to the horde.
going to have to do that 3 more times?
No, we're
No,
not doing it 3
no,
more
I
times.
was-
Thank goodness, we
You
could
don't
hardly
have to
handle
do
one.
anything.
That's a good point. I like where your head is at, Cather.
I do have a proposal though. What, Urini?
No, you go ahead and go, and I'll have my thing after.
I was just going to say, I mean, we do have to technically deal with a bargain, with a dragon. I mean,
it would do us better to deal with that dragon and whatever other guardians are here when you are fully intact
I know,
and
I know.
remain that way.
that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I don't.
I have the ability to communicate with animals. Just, I worry that it would be hard to convince them that we're not trying to steal the horde in a malicious manner or anything like that.
No.
But
No, I don't want to give him the horde, actually. I'm opposed to the idea of even touching the horde, if we can
Right.
go about it. Although
Why
that
didn't
does
you
pain-
say so earlier?
that does pain me a little bit. The idea of an unfathomable amount of riches and material does kind of hurt me, but it's been a long few months.
aye. And this dragon that whose horde remains here is not a random dragon that we have no attachment to. He was a person that was very close to Renaya's mentor. I find it actually quite disrespectful to think about breaking into his gold.
Yeah, so. So I say that we could potentially dispose of the key, or I can keep the key, or whatever. But that being said, that would mean that we'd all have to unanimously agree that we're going to be hunting a black dragon that almost killed us.
Oh, goodness.
If I remember correctly, Haval, he gave you the tracking item, and yet you have an item that makes it hard to scry on you. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't know. I don't understand the properties of the item he gave me though.
What if we left it here?
I don't know. We can try. Dragons are crafty though. I
Right.
bring up the coin.
Honestly, what's to say that the dragon wouldn't be able to kill the guardians himself, and then he still has the horde?
There.
That's why I wonder why he asked us to do it.
He's to quote him. He said that there was something keeping him from getting here. There's some anti-draconic thing, and I'm assuming it's likely whatever that column is attached to.
Right. So
Perhaps.
if we were to drop the coin in the water or leave it here, then he wouldn't be able to come anyways, right?
Let's just say we haven't died in here and the coin stays.
Right. I mean,
Uh,
if there are 4 keys, there are 4 guardians. We came across those displacer beasts. There's probably more all around the island.
That is all fine and dandy. Gather.
I was just gonna say, I think, personally, I think that the coin just makes it easier for him to find us.
I
But there's
also,
still a very decent chance that he could probably find us even if we don't have the coin. And then what does he do when he finds us again?
right,
Yeah.
right. And I fear that if he were to be looking for us and knew that we deceived him, that he would wreak havoc on Katin, and I didn't want that at all.
Ladies and gents, may I introduce you to my TED Talk?
What's
Um,
it?
What's his head and why is he talking?
Yeah,
To your
what is
Theodore conversation.
this?
To my Havel's speech. So, what is the? Why are we here? Let me ask you. Actually, you know what, Renaya, why are we here? I
Wait, one more
couldn't.
time.
It's a big venue. You gotta speak up.
There we go.
There you go.
You're clear.
To get rid of your curse.
Get rid of my curse. Exactly.
Aye.
Exactly. How did I get that curse?
Sticky
Laura.
fingers.
Sticky fingers.
Aye.
Exactly. And what did these sticky fingers touch when that dragon pardoned us?
The coin.
The coin. Exactly. If you can put a curse on anything, how do we know that he didn't curse the coin? I haven't inspected it. I'm not very arcanically adept. What if I'm cursed? Double.
Might as well check out that
I
coin
mean,
then. huh?
yeah, that
Right.
I
Is
bring
the
out
coin
the
magic?
coin.
I hold my hand out to take it, and I will do detect magic on it.
Okay. You can detect that there is a faint magical aura, although it's not one that you recognize. It's not in a typical fashion that you can understand and recognize. As you look it over, you can see, similarly to how arcane symbols typically would be, there is a little rim, not carved into the coin or anything like that, but just almost glowing on the coin. If you look very, very closely, you can see. Does anybody here speak Draconic?
nah.
I don't have the helm.
I was just gonna say, perfect. What you recognize is
Primordial.
the script for Draconic, but you can't read it. Is a little band of Draconic
That makes
symbols.
me so sad.
I can barely read common.
You're muted.
I don't know exactly what it does, but I have a feeling that if we take it back, Lada can tell us what it says, what it means, or know somebody who can.
That is fair. She
Um,
did date a dragon. So
Right.
Ooh. Test.
She can probably read it.
Coin. Can I have the coin?
Oh yeah.
I take back the coin and I
Okay.
chuck it
Okay.
like as
Oh,
far as I
no.
can.
Okay. It
And I go-
disappears into the void.
Wonderful. And I just start. We just let us leave now, shall we?
How do I read it now?
What
No,
what was
just
the point of
tell me.
that?
What did it? So it went in a random direction, right?
I just
Yeah.
wasted
Roll
a spell
roll a
slot.
d4.
I kind of chucked it near the stairway. I guess.
Okay.
Anyway, because we're facing away from the stairway. I chuck it towards the stairway.
Okay.
I'm with Havel.
Yeah,
if this
it-
was a weird coin that a dragon gave us, that said, "Kill
I
us,"
wait a little bit. I give it a second. I'm gonna check my pockets.
There's no coin in your pockets.
There's no coin in my pockets.
we're off the hook then. He raises up his
Right,
hand to
but-
give Havel a high five. Nice.
But here's my only issue.
No. No,
The
I
dragon-
I high five Edward.
The dragon knows exactly
Thanks,
where the
Tarak.
keep is. He may not be able to go into the keep, but that doesn't mean he cannot go to islands around it. Where is he going to suppose that we have been or went after we were done with the keep? If we did lie, he's going to go to Katin, is he not?
I mean, Lotta and Mav can
Fine.
probably handle a dragon.
I go find the coin.
Right, but
Roll
what
an
if,
investigation check.
Although
With
actually,
advantage.
that does bring up an interesting point. Do we think that we could defeat it with Lotta, and do we think we could defeat the dragon
Marv.
with their help?
but
What was that, Renata?
I don't want to do that anymore.
they didn't fight anymore, they're retired.
Yes,
As was I.
but
14?
but we can it's a favor,
Right, but they've already done us favors. I mean, we stayed there for free. They cooked for
That's
us.
fair.
They're helping Havel.
That's fair.
It's a big favor to ask of them, is it not?
I
Hey,
have an
could you do me a
idea.
quick favor and just like help us kill this dragon real quick? Like,
Hey,
I'm just saying.
I figure it's worth a shot,
So,
One last
I know
job.
we just had you do all these really, really big important things for us and like solve
Hey,
all our problems, but
Hey, the answer's always no unless you ask. All right, or no, how does that go? The answer to every
No,
question
that's
you don't
right,
ask
no.
is always no, or something like that. Anyway,
DM, I do believe I got 14.
you found the coin.
I found the coin. I pick it back up and I go, great. Wonderful.
Can I chuck it again?
all right.
Do we want to get going then?
I
Yes,
have
let's-
an
let's-
idea.
Aye.
Let's leave and we can
All
discuss
right.
strategy afterward.
Edward has an idea.
I do, and I think it might be a good one.
All right.
First, I need to know if that key's magical or not.
Renata, when you cast detect magic, the key is also magical.
it is.
It is. Okay. What kind of magic? Do you know?
I don't
No.
know.
Kind of a similar to that draconic magic.
That's unfortunate. I was going to say we could just take the coin, take some of the onyx crystals, get some kind of key maker to make replicas. I mean, if they're all the same, we don't know. But if it's magical, I'm afraid I don't know what to do about that. Then
Why would we want to make more keys?
The
aren't there 4
hordes.
keyholes? That's why. Don't we have
Why
to get
would we-
through with
did-
4
didn't-
keys?
Didn't we just agree that we didn't want to enter the horde?
Yes, but I was thinking of ways that we could do this without bloodshed.
Didn't we just agree that we didn't want to go into the horde?
It was a fine idea if we were to be going into the horde. Thank you, Edward.
You're welcome. I also think it wouldn't be that bad to at least see the horde.
Didn't we just
It's-
agree that we were not going into the horde?
Yes, I know. I was just trying to help. Okay, Havel?
I
Listen,
think
whatever.
perhaps we should leave.
I like that idea. Yes.
Agree.
Great. Glad we can agree.
Renaya.
Is everybody starting to leave?
I
Yeah,
start to walk away at
Be-
that.
be- Before I kind of look over at her and go, I didn't mean it like that. But I understand where you're coming from. You want to see the information in there. You want to see what it has to offer. But you're robbing a good man's tomb.
You're right too. I would just like to avoid facing off a big, mean acid dragon.
Sometimes
That's
the
what
right
I'm
thing to
afraid
do
of.
is- Sometimes the right thing to do is the hardest thing and the scariest thing. We'll figure it out though.
Let's get off this island.
Agreed.
All right.
As they're leaving, Renaya is gonna go over to the creature.
Mhm.
And she's gonna kind of pet its nose a little bit. And she's gonna say, I'm sorry. You did a really good job. And she's gonna go and she's gonna follow.
Okay. You all exit the tower, return to the greenhouse, pass the alchemy station, and return to that hallway. Begin making your way down to the right, and you do pass that one door that you guys didn't open. Do you want to look in there, or do you want to keep going?
Guys, this is Shadow of the Colossus. I kind of want to.
Edward doesn't
Yeah.
notice. He's
I don't want to open the
walking.
door. I open the door.
Okay. Tarak, you open the door and peek your head in, and you look upon this grand master suite, much larger than any of the hotels that you've stayed in, any of the inns that you've stayed in. Probably about as big as some of those buildings is this kind of master suite, quote unquote, the master room. At the center of the room, you can see this large, gaudy bed with the sheets and the veils and everything like that. It's surrounded by beautiful Persian-style rugs and books all over. There's fireplaces and chairs and furniture. It's basically a whole house in this one room. And as you look out and through this scene, you can briefly see through the veil a body on the bed.
Oh, guys, I found his room, and I think he's in there.
What?
Peek my head around.
I knock.
What do you?
Are you dancing?
Edward hides
you
behind
knock.
the table.
And as you're all in this tense moment, that knock feels like it goes on for eternity as he raps 3 times and it echoes before it.
Can I find Renaya to like hold her hand?
The
If she'll
room
let me.
falls silent
I
and nothing happens.
put my hand on Tarak's shoulder and I turn around to Renaya and I go, "Do you want us to go in or leave it be?"
I would like to examine the body at least.
The mic.
There we go.
Got it.
I'm gonna stay out here.
I'll
Are
stay
you
with her.
okay? Are you okay for us going in though? We will be careful. We promise. Whoever wants to go in, I think Tarak and I are both going in. I don't know if
I'm gonna also go in.
I am not going in there.
I'll stay with Renaya
Beautiful.
And Edward.
and
Okay.
Edward.
hold his hand
The
too.
3 girls stay behind as
Got him.
so you 3 stay behind as Tarak, Edward, Tarak, Havel, and Cather. You all enter into this large master suite. Almost holding your breath, you sneak over to.
I don't sneak. I walk. He's dead.
You walk confidently over to the body and just.
Real quick,
Yes.
detect undead.
Okay,
Or
you
divine
don't sense
sense?
anything.
Yeah, no? Okay, cool.
You don't sense anything.
Nice.
You you actually get some faint traces of undead from Havel, but that's the same thing.
Oh. Uh-oh. Oopsie.
That happens.
But you guys approach the body
Laugh track.
and just gently pull one of the curtains aside to reveal the body of what you assume is Amos, but shriveled and withered and sucked and drained of all life and essence, almost of all fluid, almost mummified, but instantaneously this husk of a body laying there on the bed.
Oh my goodness. It was him.
I mean, I'm gonna examine for cause of death. Did the gosh dang shriveling happen before death, after
Laura.
death?
Okay, go ahead and roll a medicine check.
Laura, I know you want to stay with Renaya, but can you please come in here? I think
can I
we've-
ask? I'm gonna ask Havel. Hey, Havel, can you help me, like, move that, do this thing? Tell me.
Yeah,
that.
you got advantage.
Are you
My
all right,
delicate fingers are
Renaya?
yours.
All right. I'll give her hand a squeeze and I'll go to Cather.
That'll be a 15.
Okay. It looks like as you're examining the body, you can see a seared handprint
Yep.
on the chest,
Yep. That's
where
right.
it seems like everything, that's where the extraction point of all of the fluids and life force was.
Does this look
I-
familiar?
It does, right? Right. It looks really familiar.
It
Oh,
looks.
no.
Does it
She
look
saw
like
him-
the
she saw him
trees,
do it.
DJ? Does it look like the trees?
You have a distinct memory of the tree withering away as Prasius sucked its life force, drained its life force out of it. And as you began to leave to return to camp, you do remember seeing a handprint, basically where he was touching, that had seared. You haven't seen a body in this fashion, but it's similar enough that you can make the connection.
Melora's breath becomes a little shaky, and she... Although I've never seen a body in this fashion, just a tree.
Alright, so this confirms then. Prozius is the one who killed him. And Prozius needs to be stopped.
Correct.
I just want to double check. There's no pulse, right? Like, I just really want to make sure.
You go to
like
check
an
the
ancient
pulse.
dragon.
You go to check the pulse, and your finger goes through where the esophagus would be.
Oh, that's
Havel is going to go back to Renaya.
Before that happens, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
As soon as like Melora like lets go of her hand, Renaya kind of like keeps it, and then looks to Edward and like holds it out, just for a little bit.
I suppose. And he kind of hesitantly reaches out his hand, like leaning back a little bit.
She holds it really tight.
Ginger crawls up your leg and over your shoulder and down your arm and places a paw on your guys' hands that are being held.
And Havel walks out into this.
Yeah.
Real quick, while this is happening, I will give Melora a small squeeze on her hand, just because I know she's also intense from this. As I will turn.
Nightmare fuel.
Is there anything else?
All right,
Is there anything else in this
What are you thinking?
room that looks interesting, of importance, neat?
go ahead and roll an investigation check. What were you doing, Havel? Actually, Drew, make it a perception check.
Havel walks out and then like gingerly closes the door and turns around and he goes, so, a few things. So you're all caught up. Remember Prozius, our friend in freakishness? We've confirmed that he is likely the cause of death. We believe he killed our lord here. Renaya, do you know, or maybe you can ask Lana, if is there a courtyard or something? I think he deserves a proper burial. To leave him in his bed isn't right. Can't hear you. There we go.
Got it.
You mean like here?
Yes, on the grounds. This is his home.
I don't know of it, and Lada's never been here before.
The gardens, DJ. Did they seem like there was an opening or something that I could...
There was a greenhouse that you were in. So it's more like, a stone floor with plant boxes. Not really a place that you could bury a body.
It looks like it'd crumple even if I touched it, right?
You'd have to be very, very gentle with it. It's basically, kind of like a mummy. It's just a dried husk of a body.
Okay. I mean,
Have any... Does he have anything to, like, bring back to Lada?
I don't know. Cather, did you find anything?
So what did you get, Drew?
16.
What was that?
16.
16? As you look around, you can quickly tell that Amos was well-traveled and spent a lot of time wandering the world. He has trinkets and souvenirs and relics from all sorts of places. You can see a lot of different types of weaponry. There's several different suits of armor. One that you recognize is the ceremonial armor of Rivaluvian elves, actually.
Interesting.
There is things that look otherworldly and alien, skulls and different manners of speaking. You can see collections of coins that you've never seen or recognized. You see a large variety of flowers, like pressed flowers in a book that you flip through. By his bedside on the table, you see a hand-drawn sketch of what you recognize to be Lada, and a journal.
I open the journal. It's just
As you look through the journal,
go ahead.
what is it?
Go ahead.
As you look through the journal, what languages do you speak?
Ooh, I speak Common, Elvish, and Undercommon.
Okay. You recognize, as you flip through it, you don't immediately recognize some of the speech. You can tell that some of it's in Draconic, but throughout this journal, which is about 2 inches thick and it's probably 3/4 of the way full, Amos wrote in probably what you count to be about 10 different languages. But you go through, and the little bit that you can read, when he writes in Elvish, it's always poetry. Usually these rather deep and in-depth either questions of the world and why things are the way that they are, what he could do to change, or moments of deep passion. There's one particularly that stands out to you, basically proclaiming his love to Lada. As he goes through, it has this journal that he depicts probably about 30 or so poems throughout the whole journal.
All right, I'll pick up the journal, and probably the sketch too. Now you said this is the dungeon looter in Drew. You said armor, right?
Yeah.
Did there happen to be, I don't know, a set of plate mail by chance?
There is. It's the ceremonial plate mail from My Luna that you recognize to not be like it's plate mail, but it's
like
very much ceremonial, about like 10 times as heavy as it needs to be, and not even nowhere near as
It's
strong.
ornamental, really.
Exactly.
All right. Any maps or anything like that?
Yeah, there's a variety of different maps. The biggest one is this large, almost tapestry of this large wheel, and you recognize it as a map of the plains, where the material plane stands at the center, surrounded by the Feywild and the Shadowfell, surrounded by the elemental planes, surrounded by the outer planes, the upper and lower planes, Limbo, all of that. This great tapestry of the world and the plains that surround it.
If I can find just a map of like the local area and like the continent.
Roll a d20.
Havel's going to open back the door. He's gonna walk back in, and he's gonna just he's gonna really quickly just be like, guys, quick question. So he died by our little masked marauder, his hand. That means that he was here.
Yeah.
What did he take?
Well, I didn't much think he would put a key back onto a guardian.
No. Which is interesting. So either he never killed the guardians and he left here just offing someone.
That's a good question, actually. I mean, to be fair, it might be just reason enough to kill him because he might stand in the way.
No, he's been dead for a while, though, hasn't he?
Or is it also possible that he didn't die instantly and managed to return here? Because it doesn't seem to me as though an ancient dragon wouldn't put up a fight, but he is here lying in a bed.
But also, wouldn't this be the perfect place to surprise him? He wouldn't expect to be attacked here. And from what Melora has described in the past, it seemed pretty quick.
I mean, yes, but even he would need something akin to kill ancient Kurkildar?
What
In,
if
like,
he
that
wasn't in his
quickly?
dragon form and he was just merely in his human form? Regardless, I
The
have a
story
theory.
shouldn't matter.
Right, but I have a theory that what Prozius takes makes him stronger.
I mean, I guess.
Or he requires life force to live, and I didn't know which one I like better.
Melora, he's looking for something, right?
I
mean, if there's a decent chance that maybe that's also why he might have come. Like we even said, a dragon hoards lots of information. Perhaps it was the information that he was after.
I would like to try to find the library if we can, but obviously we're kind of pressed on time, right?
We should come back.
Can I have a conversation with Renaya while that conversation was happening? Yay. So, Edward's standing there awkwardly while Renaya clutches his hand really hard. But then he kind of side leans and he says, "They say there's a body in there. Do you really think that's the... what's his name?
Therakalamos.
Yeah.
I was gonna.
Therakalamos? That guy?
I think that's.
Do you think that's the Therakalamos? I don't want to see it, but I feel like I have to. Do you
Let goes of
understand
his hand. Go look at it.
that if that's really him,
Go.
that means that the history,
take
the
a look.
tales...
Go on.
What's the matter?
Go.
You understand this is...
Go.
Okay. And so he goes to the room. He peeps his head in. He says, "Is it all right if I have a closer look at him?"
Sure, I'll trade places with you.
Edward kind of sheepishly walks over and takes a look. And I'm assuming he sees what DJ described.
Yeah.
And he looks troubled. He furrows his brows and looks at the others, or looks over, kind of turns his head towards the others and says, "This means, now that I've seen it, the history, the tales of this man, everything, it all actually happened. This was an incredible man, dragon, whatever he'd be called. This was a legend. This is history. What a shame. It reminds me of the temples. Something so old, so grand, just in such a state." I don't think I can be in here much longer. And he walks out.
While that was going on, by the way, I closed the door behind me because I was switching places with Edward, and I gestured my hand out to Renaya. Yep, and
Ginger returns her hand to yours, both yours.
and I'm actually going to take a walk, and we're gonna go back to the ballroom.
Okay.
Anyways, Edward.
Edward begins to start out of the room, and he will exit unless somebody says something. Nobody says
Melora
anything?
is fixated on the body.
Okay. Then Edward walks out, and I'm assuming Renaya and Haval are gone.
Mm-hmm.
What does Track do?
That's a great question. Well, Track has been thoroughly examining literally everything possible about the body, trying to figure out whether or not it was a sustained attack, did it happen instantaneously, pretty much by now, just the specifics. At the same time, you can tell that he is thinking something that isn't necessary. It's relating to the body, but it isn't necessarily like, oh yes, okay, he had a scar on his left abdomen. I don't know why he has two abdomens, but that's besides the point.
Got that 12 pack.
Yep, 100%. But yeah, pretty much just doing mortician stuff.
Okay, yeah. As you go through and gather that information, you can tell that it was a sustained attack that probably took place based off of the elasticity of the skin and the
Rigidity,
general.
the amount of
Yeah,
settling,
exactly. You managed to
bruising.
tell that it probably took about 20 or so minutes. But that's what you get.
Not very fast. That's pretty fast. That's pretty fast.
I mean, yes, but it doesn't make sense.
Fast enough for it not to be painful.
I pull. Okay, as she says that, I kind of pull her like further away from track, and I kind of like facing her, with I put my hands on her shoulders. Look, all right, I'm not gonna let this happen to you. All right, you're gonna be fine. We are all gonna be fine. I promise. I will not let anything happen to you. All right. No one will. You're safe. All right.
All right.
I promise. Now pull her into a hug.
Aww.
Edward walks back into the room. And he just, again, he stands there just baffled with his hands on his head, and he says, I can't believe he's here. This is him. No,
Are you
this is-
still coming to terms with this realization?
Yes, we're in the presence of greatness. I didn't even know this. This is crazy. And he takes out his journal and he starts writing things,
Edward,
looking at it and writing. Yes.
I worry that this will not be the only piece of history that Prozius destroys. Perhaps you may need a bigger journal if you're going to take note of every little thing. I think Prozius is trying to start a new history and destroy all else that doesn't bear his face.
Well, that's not very good.
No, it isn't. Which is precisely why we needed to leave the city, but also precisely why we must return.
Oh my.
Don't put your journal away yet. Can I use that?
What do you want with it?
Well, I mean, I can't remember everything.
Can you write?
It is hard in common, but I can in Orcish.
Okay, he'll go to the very back of the journal and say, "It pains me to do this, but I suppose." And he rips out 3 pages out of the back of the journal.
Ooh.
And just like it hurts him to do it. And then he takes his little like quill or whatever he has in his little papers and says, "Here, you can use these. Is this enough?"
Track looks at you and nods his head and said, "Thank you. This is more paper than I have ever held."
Really?
And in really tiny script, like it's barely legible. He starts filling out what you would assume to be like body measurements, locations, mortician stuff.
Yeah.
You know, as you do.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Haval and Renaya are gone.
I'm sure they're fine. Renaya's
weren't-
reliable.
They weren't in the main room. I just saw Renaya there.
And with that, we're going to take our break as you guys wonder where Havel and Renaya went. And we take our mortician stats and hold each other. We're going to take our break. So we'll be back in like 10, 15 minutes. Definitely come back to see what other discoveries they find in this dungeon. But yeah, we'll be back in just a little bit.
Ooh, more dead bodies.
Dead
Yay!
bodies.
All right. So we are back. We just left off with the party kind of collecting themselves after discovering the body of Amos. And we're going to pick up where Havel and Renaya left off entering into the banquet hall.
So yeah, I'm going to just simply lead her into the banquet hall. And after kind of like sitting there or standing there and just kind of like not really sure what to do, Havel's going to adjust himself, tidy up his shirt, and he's going to let go of Renaya's hand, and walk to the middle of the hall and bow deeply and extend his hand to her.
What are you doing?
I need something to do while we have a conversation, and I figured since we're in essentially a ballroom, maybe if you'd want to have an actual dance, one not filled by arcana and the dead.
I'm not really good at it. Earlier it was the whole charm thing.
Don't worry, I'll lead.
Okay. And she'll go over.
And I'm just gonna start doing like a really slow waltz, pretty much.
As you go over, just before you reach your hand out, Ginger scurries down your arm and puts one paw on Havel's hand before you can get your hand to Havel's, and just like looks at him with like a little glare.
Yeah.
Before slowly like backing off.
She protect.
That's what I was gonna say. Ginger also protect.
And yeah, I'm going to just start leading in a light dance.
As you begin to start dancing, almost in reaction to your guys' waltz, you can slowly, just ever so faintly, begin to hear a waltz begin to be played. Slowly through the room, very gently and faintly.
And
Might I
Renaya's
add-
kind of... She's like watching her feet, trying to make sure she doesn't like stomp on him.
Yeah, I rolled a 15 on performance, by the way.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
Kind of add a baseline as far as like,
Hit her with
and
a
I-
bonus action help.
and I'm kind of talking her through it, like.
Yeah. No,
Gently,
you guys, with Havel's guidance, you guys, especially you, Renaya, you begin to pick it up and begin to fall into a well put together waltz.
While we're dancing, Havel's going to go. So, how are you feeling?
Really scared.
You want to know something? And Havel's going to spin her and then pull her in close and be like, I'm really terrified. You and me
I
both.
know.
I'm sorry for what was happening back there. Everything with Terra Calamos and the Guardian. To be honest, I didn't really put two and two together that it was a Guardian until I found the key.
I mean, it makes sense. It attacked Cather. It was trying to hurt us.
Yeah. You want to know something? And this isn't me trying to overpower any kind of sadness that you might feel. I just hope that you understand that you're not alone.
I've said this a lot. And actually, it might help if I knew. Did you know your family?
Yeah, I know my family.
I don't mean to pry, but how's the relationship? You can just give me a general vibe. You don't even have to really tell me.
Well, I mean, I consider Lada to be my mother.
Very fair. I can tell. And we're just gonna start making the rounds still, still dancing. I consider a clergyman. He is my father. There is a gentleman, who I don't even know his first name. He would take nothing other than me calling him Father Grendale.
Temple of Knowledge, right?
Yes. You'd expect me to be smarter, or maybe a little bit more wise. I loved him like a father, although he would detest me and scold me if I ever called him Dad. I want you to know that I know what it's like to feel like the people that you love and the people that mean the most to you, like they disappear and you have no control over it. My adoptive father, he, on more than one occasion, he was loving, but on more than one occasion, I hope jokingly, at the time it didn't feel so joking, he said that the reason why my real parents left me at the doorstep, and at this point I kind of dip her and lean in close and go, I was too much of a fiend. And pulling back, continuing the dance. You are cared for, is what I'm trying to say. We care for you. And I'm sorry that we didn't heed your warning. And I'm sorry that you lost someone so dear to your heart.
Can I've been wanting to ask you, but I'm scared. And you don't have to answer, and if you don't even like the question, don't even think about it for more than 2 seconds.
Renaya, for the first week that we met, I did nothing but yell at you. Please, ask away.
What do you think happens when we die?
Well, my father always said that it depends on what god you gain favor with. For the domain that that I suppose technically I follow as well. And the one that I grew up in. The best way I can describe it is it's a war room. My soul leaves the body. And if gods demand, I will serve as a tactician. A divine knowledgeman. Or if I'm not so lucky, maybe I'll just be keeping the books. I mean, with the life I've been leading, I'm not too sure. I think it's beautiful, though. More specifically, Father Grendale. He described Aprion's war room and halls to be made of marble and to smell of parchment and ink. And the warmth from the hearths filled you with warmth. And when you sat surrounded by the most intelligent men and women to have ever lived, there's a lot of anxiety that comes with being smart. I can only imagine that it's peaceful. I've heard stories of other domains, people who take their best swing at guessing it. Beautiful fields, lavish mansions, parties that never end, a night sky, infinite and void. I don't think anyone is destined to go to the 9 hells. Not by any stretch of the imagination. I think that's something that you forge. What do you think happens when we die?
I don't think anything good.
Are you afraid of dying, Renai?
Yeah.
Havel's going to stop dancing and pull her into a hug. And just kind of whisper into her ear. I promise you. And I mean it. I promise you. At the very least, I will do everything in my power to make sure you live a long and fruit-filled life. And if you're afraid of dying, then I don't know. I had a friend once that told me that worrying about death is detrimental to your health. I mean, you're alive now, aren't you?
I try not to think about it, but there's been you and then Amos and...
Me? What are you talking about? What's wrong with me?
I know it's just
He says
jokes.
as he holds you with both hands.
I know it's just jokes, but I hate when you say that you're gonna die.
I have no idea what you're talking about. This is a skin condition, and we are getting the plants necessary for the cream.
I mean,
Okay.
Lada... She told me death is inevitable. And that doing what I do, I wouldn't be able to save everybody.
Aye.
And that death is something you just have to learn to accept. But I haven't learned that.
See, here's my perspective. In the years that I've lived as whatever we are, and whatever I was, at least in a past life, I saw a lot of death. Some by my hand, some by others' hand. I've done a lot. You see, remember earlier when I said that perhaps the destiny to be transported to the Nine Hells is forged? I'd be lying if I said that I'm worried that maybe I've stained my lantern too red to keep myself from that fate. And it's reasons like that why when I can, and when I'm feeling it, if at all possible, I toast to my friend's health. And I experience the finer things in life. I disagree with the idea that you should be okay with death, though. To desensitize yourself to death, to understand that you can't save everyone. While it is a useful thing, I want you to know that what makes a good hero is the hope that you can save everyone. What makes people different is the desire to save everyone. And now I know that that's not possible, and it's not always going to be possible. But if you let that spark die, the idea that just one more person well, then what are we doing? I'm gonna be honest, this is a first for me. Trying to do the right thing. He's gonna spin Renaya and then immediately take her into a dance again. You're a good person. And you have a kind heart. If I'm gonna be honest, I kind of want to protect that. I think out of all of us, we kind of need that. You know, amongst the lot of us, I feel like if we have one person with a very pure and kind heart, I think that balances everyone else's really terrible mannerisms, at least that we can display.
Don't put that on me.
See, but the thing is that you don't have to do anything.
I don't think I live up to that.
Renaya, what was your first response when we got attacked by that thing?
Get Cather out.
And then do what?
And then leave.
Exactly. You didn't see it and then immediately think, ah, yes, my next quarry. You didn't see it and think, we have to kill it to get to Cather. I saw it and thought, oh yeah, we have to kill it to get to Cather. Well, another one of these things.
I had to learn that.
Exactly. But here's the thing. Some of the things that we learn stick with us the best. You're a wonderful person. And I don't want you to believe that you're some kind of monster deep down. Because you haven't shown that by any means. If anything, the fact that you haven't slapped me yet is oh man, it's so impressive. Like, in fact, here, like, Havel's gonna, like, stop and, like, push her back a little bit and be like, go on ahead, like, really give it to me. I honestly deserve it.
She's actually just gonna go and kind of hold his face and say, "You're a kind person, just a rough exterior."
Is that a joke about my horns?
No, that's what you said to me.
I know. I just... Right, you want me to be honest with you?
Or if you didn't lie.
I'm not lying. I'm not. I haven't been lying this entire time. You could think, you know, Scout's honor. I say a lot of things and then have a hard time following suit. You know, I want you guys to be better than you are, better than you know. Because you are. Melora is skilled, tactile, and graceful all at once. Edward is proud, regal, and probably one of the most determined, silently determined men I've ever met. Edward, while he's... God, he's annoying. And a coward at base, you know, his heart's in the right place. He wants everyone to have access to the things that he did. And he wants to tell their story. You know, as someone who came up poor, I wasn't always rich. I didn't have money. I didn't have coin to my name. Having the archives to Aprion's temple to my disposal was the biggest blessing I've ever received in my life. And you are all my second biggest blessing, if I'm going to be honest, because you're nicer friends than I've ever had. And Tarak, I've never seen someone avoid killing so much in my entire life. He's the most gentle giant, and yet I would never step in front of him. Ever. To step in front of a quiet man and enact his rage is asking death. He's gentle and intelligent, and you are kind and strong-willed, and you're honest.
Don't you dare say anything bad about yourself in the next sentences after.
I'm incredible. I don't know what you're talking about.
Perfect.
I was just simply going to say that I find it very difficult to pep you guys up and tell you that you should act a certain way and then doing the exact same myself. I'm not the happiest with who I am, but I accept who I am. Do you... So Cather believes in destiny. I guess I have a question for you. Since we're in the light of asking. Cather believes in destiny. Do you think that we were born to be something? And that is our destiny? That is what we must become?
I pray that's not true.
I do too.
I think we have multiple paths. I think we have multiple destinations that we can reach, but it's up to us to decide which one we want.
Agreed, and I went through so much time, a very long stretch of my life, thinking that I was stuck being who I became. Now I liked who I became. It had its perks. I had influence, money, power. People looked to me for guidance. And I lost all of that. then I found all of you. And I catch glimpses where I'm starting to think maybe I wasn't supposed to keep it. Maybe that's not who I am. And I think I have all of you to thank for having me realize that in the grand scheme of things. Anyways, you're a wonderful person. And I was going to, again, give her a spin and then pull her into a hug. And just go, thank you so much for the dance. I appreciate you. And then, yeah.
Back in the room, Shrek finishes up writing. He took maybe a quarter of the page, but he does fold all 3 pieces of paper and put them into his bag. People in the room currently: Edward, Melora, and Cather, right?
Yep, everybody but Renaya and Havel.
Awesome. He will turn around and say, I am done documenting, but your people like to bury bodies? Is there some form of ceremony? I've heard stories, but they all seem to contain a lot of conditions.
I don't think that conditions be that we can.
If you would like, I can bury him the Orcish way.
Way is that?
Well, we're surrounded by a grave. It might be a good way for me to explain myself. I have noticed that in conversation regarding the ocean that I perhaps did not explain myself as well as I'd assumed that I had. Not to use this man as a tool out of respect, but it may help you understand me at least.
All right. I suppose it would be good to, at the very least, put together some sort of monument or memento for the man. He was known by many. Would you like assistance in any way, or should I
have
stay
everything
back?
needed here. I do need a way to get outside,
All right.
but
I wonder if we should wrap him up in the
that was the
blanket.
plan. Tarak will do his best to gingerly move the body.
Right
Into
as
the
you start approaching the body, Edward goes, "Hold on. This is a very important person here. Are you sure an Orcish burial's the right choice here?" He looks at Cather and he says, "Cather, you serve the gods of, fate and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it'd be better if you took over? This man deserves the utmost respect. I don't know how to do a burial, goodness."
I have
Not
an
to-
idea.
Yeah, yes.
Track. For
Yes.
now, though, I'll follow your lead.
Okay. Can I keep going now?
Go ahead, and I will
Great.
help him.
You say so.
I wrap up the body in the top sheet, as securely as I can without being damaging.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
you almost like burrito style, you cover the feet, cover the
Yep.
face, roll it up, and then you guys could actually use some rope to tie it. Almost like a meat log that you're gonna put on the fire.
Yep.
DJ.
Just like how you do.
What
You
the
know me.
frick?
Please no.
Okay, but that's how they tie it up.
Yeah.
You know, so.
And then I will bite into my thumb and write. No one here speaks Orcish other than me, right?
I tried getting you to teach me.
I don't know.
You haven't asked yet.
No.
Well,
Great. That means that I don't have
People
to
kept
tell you what I'm
freaking
saying.
out because I was losing skin.
Yeah, that's fair. So I'll write some Orcish on the sheets.
In your blood.
And then I will. Yes,
Okay, gotcha.
I will pick up the package.
That's not what I meant.
You're gonna
You
cook
could
up
just
some-
say Amos. You pick up
Wow.
Amos.
I'm bad with
Wow.
names.
I love me
I'm
some
bad with
ancient
names,
dragon
Hannah.
in the morning.
This shipment
Wow.
sinks.
And I say, well, shall we go? Like out?
Yeah.
Great. I start to go out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Go out.
I head towards the
Yeah.
ballroom.
I
Yeah,
walk
you
very
guys.
slowly.
Edward follows writing the whole time.
Okay.
At what point do they walk in?
Just about as you guys are finishing.
Okay.
Hello.
And
They walk in as I'm giving Renaya a hug.
and thinking to myself, DM, specifically, I'm thinking of the burial rituals that we have for our warriors back home. And, well, when we get outside. Because I assume Tarak is going to throw him in the ocean, basically. So I will
Yes.
I'm going to more or less.
Just a second, Drew. I just want to interrupt you for just a second. She got mad at us for saying that we wrapped him up and tied him, and then she proceeds to make a joke about
Hey,
eating his
I'm
body.
the one in pain. I'm
It's
allowed
not like she called it.
She's mourning.
Wait,
She's
wow.
mourning. Let her.
Okay.
Let her mourn the dragon boy.
Anyway,
So anyway,
anyway.
what were you saying, Catherine?
But when we get out to the shore, I'm going to, I am gonna attempt to do something.
Okay.
But I don't know if we want to role play the process of us getting to shore or not. So I'll wait.
Well,
Yeah,
there
you
are
guys-
undead.
Yeah, my question is
guys-
the undead.
Walk into the ballroom. The gentle music slowly fades as you guys approach, and you are all together again.
Havel, you walk in as Havel hugs Renaya and whispers something that you don't hear, since that's around the time that you'd be walking in.
As soon as are they carrying? Yeah.
Yes.
Tarak is, yeah.
As soon as Renaya sees it, she just turns back to Havel.
About right.
Guys, so what's the plan here? Are we planning on
We're gonna
Doing-
do a
the deed?
brief burial, and are gonna head out.
Wonderful. Rini, you're gonna have to scare the dead.
Right. Okay. And then.
Cather, I take out my sword and I kind of gesture to it and the door, and I go, anything that doesn't decide to run?
I take out my own sword.
I take out my bowl.
And my axe.
And my
So,
if only.
Guys.
I use Channel Divinity.
yeah, you guys begin making your way down the banquet hall, removing the blockade that you had put in place, and then make your way back to the puzzle room. You get to the door that you guys had locked. And Renaya, you pull out the key that you had, turn the key, and you enter the room, and there's actually no bodies there.
They've been freed.
You can see that there are several gems now left on the floor, more so than you guys left.
Oh, they got turned into gems.
Oh, so it's a
Wow.
self-replenishing function. That's nice.
Yeah, nice.
Interesting.
Oh.
Great.
Okay.
Cool, let's get going.
Sweet.
Wait.
I head
Only
out.
do that one time.
Wait. Who remembers the password?
I'm carrying a thing, so I'm like,
Great, because I didn't remember it. Okay, we can get going.
Right.
You guys step through the puzzle room and emerge outside of Arathel Keep into the night. It has now gotten dark, and you guys are faced with the dark jungle. It was already dark to begin with, but now there's no light coming through, and so it's almost pitch black looking through the thick foliage.
Now, I was unconscious while we were sailing here, but when I woke up, what was the highest point on the shoreline that I could see? Was
You
there,
could
like,
see
a
there's the
convenient
edge of the
epic cliff?
forest.
Like
No,
a nice cliff?
it was
It's a beach,
cliff.
it was a beach the whole way. Yep, beach the whole way.
It's kind of sucky. Oh well, we'll make do. Well, I start heading towards the shoreline.
Okay. Does anybody follow?
Yeah.
This is absolutely a pressing matter. It's really dark out here.
Yeah.
Last time we almost got killed by these ferocious beasts, and now we're just
I
walking
like the
into the
torch.
dark. I just want to make sure that we all know what we're doing here.
Actually, no. I pull out my hooded lantern. Well, actually, wait. Didn't I get rid of the oil for that?
Yeah,
don't
you've
remember.
gotten rid of the hood and a lot of the oil.
You've officially
I think
dismantled your entire.
Basically,
It's
it's basically gone.
It's
It's
more
saying-
useful to me in pieces than it really is in actuality.
Perhaps we shall wait till morning?
We'll wait
Nope,
till
don't
morning.
have time for
Havel's
that.
dead.
Oh no, I forgot about that part.
I'm not gonna die.
I guess
have a
we have no
backup plan.
choice.
As I say that, I go, "Isn't that right?" And I yell it to the void.
Don't yell. Yelling is on average not the right play here.
You immediately hear chatter throughout the forest.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Different creatures that howl back at you and chitter and laugh.
I'm not gonna
people
die.
friendly.
They're all watching my
Going to
back.
die. We're going to die.
My sword's still out.
I
so-
just start heading towards the beach.
Okay, perfect.
I walk in the smack dab middle of the party.
Renai is sticking to the back.
I was actually sticking pretty close to Renaya.
Ooh, actually, DM, can we say
Yes.
quick on the way out? I actually went back to the garden and grabbed some of those moon lilies.
Oh, yeah. Sweet.
Um,
So, you all begin making your way into the jungle. Let's go ahead and make a survival check to see how you guys navigate through it. Whoever wants to do it, they will do it with disadvantage.
Probably
can help
Hannah.
Melora.
Yeah, I'll say that you guys can help Melora to get a
So
flat roll.
then just a straight roll then.
Flat roll, get it.
We're all like, we know who needs to roll this.
21.
Of
Yeah.
course.
Even
Yep,
with
that's
it
why.
being dark, you managed to recognize the trail that you guys had forged going through the woods and begin making your way to the beach. I will have another person, whoever wants to, whoever is at the very back, either Havel or Renaya.
What's survival again?
No. I
What kind of
go
skills?
ahead and roll a d4.
Let's just see what
Mhm.
kills us. Maybe it's our friendly panther.
For me.
Renaya, you
Yeah,
wanna
the
do it?
friendly one.
I'll go for it. Okay.
Maybe they're friendly.
I'm gonna do my metal dice.
Whoa.
Let's go.
3.
3?
Oh,
That's a great one.
3 displacer
oh
beasts.
yeah, not 3 out of
is a
20, 3 out of
lucky
4.
number. 3 is a lucky number.
3 is a magic,
Magic
number.
Is that a TikTok reference?
Yes.
Nice.
Give me 1 second.
Loved everything.
All of
about
us-
him.
Like
All
your
of us
Guys,
will
be sure to
flash.
check out our merch store and share our Twitch or YouTube or anything with,
Twitch on any social media
You know, DJ,
friends,
DJ,
with
we
your
don't
dog,
always have to
with
have
your
an
cat,
encounter, you know.
with
It's
your fish.
nuts. snack
Take a
of
look.
the week.
Take a look at our merch store. Whoa,
With
whoa,
your-
whoa! On
with
our
your
website,
cousin thrice removed.
thepaperdungeon.com.
So, you guys begin walking, making your way through, and you can hear rustling. The rustling is there's
Sorry.
gentle rustling throughout the foliage around you.
Wait, how do you say that?
Foliage.
Say it again.
Foliage.
Oh, it's so cute.
Doctor left. It's okay.
You got fed up with how you talk.
It's true. But you hear
All right,
the rustling.
DM, do your story now.
Oh boy.
No, never mind.
Gone.
You guys walk
Get to it, DJ. Chop chop.
Oh, you
and
heard
make it
it.
to the beach.
Oh,
Okay.
What happened? No, what
that was
happened?
less fun.
Nope.
What happened
No,
to
Never
no,
mind.
I want to hear.
I want the
No,
foliage.
DJ,
Tell us
DJ,
about the
please.
You go
foliage.
to the beach.
you? Dad,
Hey,
please.
we
us
can
about
mute
Papa.
Grant. We can mute Grant, and
Papa.
everyone else will listen.
It's
I want the
literally-
rustling
I literally
foliage.
wasn't gonna say anything. You rolled the number that didn't have an encounter.
Oh, okay.
Papa.
Because you know what it was?
Yay.
Number 3. It was the Panthers, but we already tamed that.
Okay, but like, can I just say, I imagined if Tarak stayed on the beach like he said he was going to, and the Displacer Beast like coming back and having like babies. Anyway.
Anyway.
Anyway, on the way there, as we get like a awkward silence for like a minute, track
a good minute. You guys walk for probably about 4 hours.
minute. Oh yeah, no, I mean that around a minute to 2 minutes in, that's when I
Oh.
start to talk.
I see.
Track just continues to look straight ahead, but says, the orcs don't believe the same, or they don't have the same idea of death as the rest of you. When the orcs believe that the end of days, it is called Tonfukshan Mubaram. There will come a time when the Tanaruk are reborn into the world, and an orcish army will overwhelm it. It is said that in the battles that follow, the dead will fill the ocean, and the seas will turn red with blood, until eventually the hordes of the dead cannot be held back. What that means is, when someone dies, at least it is what I and the other orcs believe. When someone dies, their soul returns to the bottom of the sea. And it is there that they are put onto one of two sides of great battle. On one side, it is those who lived a free life, not good, not bad, evil. It is not dependent on that. It is whether or not you lived a life that followed what you believe. Those are the ones who keep the souls from returning to the land. And since there is no such thing as an orc that is not free, that is where an orc goes. But, as it is believed, that is the losing side. Eventually, they will become overwhelmed when the dead are too plentiful. But what matters is that on that side, it isn't a question of who you were when you were alive. It doesn't matter if you're orc, elf, dwarf, human, or any other race. It is there that you are truly equal. But there is no such thing as a perfect line in war. There are always cracks, spies slip through, and that is how you get things like what we fought back there, the dead. It is bodies that are buried on land by your people that are taken over by the souls of the damned. It is why we return bodies to the sea. And they are marked. I kind of motion to the blood on the fabric. It is to tell the line that is defending that these are to be kept safe, to be defended at all cost, so they do not return to walk the land of the living. Asking an orc to enter the ocean, if you die and you are killed by one of the damned, you don't get that choice. You don't enter the line of defense. Your soul becomes twisted and corrupt and taken. And for an orc, there is no fate worse than that. For years, I was alone. I was kept alive only by the thought that at least that when I die, they won't remember who I was when I lived. Asking me to cross the ocean is like if Melora were to cut down every forest, Cather were to spurn the gods, and uproot the dead. It would be Edward having to live without music. Havel, you would have to throw your coins into a bottomless pit. Edwardaya, you would have to hate with your whole being and abandon malice to be truly alone. There's nothing worse for me than that fate. It isn't a matter of fear. It is just a matter of belief. But I apologize if my ways are not your own. But Edward, I know you are concerned that he needed a proper burial, or perhaps to be laid at rest in a correct manner. But in my eyes, there is no safer place than defended by the righteous, by the Vadakanad. And then I maintain silence for the rest of the trip. So we get to the beach.
Yeah. So you all walk silently for the remainder of the journey. And after a long while, yes, Melora?
Never mind. I was going to do something, but I'll do it at a later time.
Okay. You all eventually, after a long journey, arrive at the beach, not too far off from where you guys arrived. And you watch as the water gently laps onto the beach, ebbing and flowing in this peaceful manner. You can see the moon glowing gently over the water, and there's this moment of peace as Tarak begins his preparations.
There's not a whole lot of preparations, in all honesty. He walks forward. You see him kind of pause, and he does turn around and he says, "Knowing now what you know that I do this out of respect and kindness, but I also do it in fear. And if this is the end, then it was worth it." And he will turn back towards the coastline, and he will begin to walk into the sea for a small distance. to around chest height.
Real.
And as he goes,
Real-
he says, "Oh yeah, do you want to do something
Well,
quick?"
I was just gonna say, as he goes out, I will go out with him.
Right.
And as you're holding him still in your arms,
Yeah.
I will just unwrap him just enough that way we can see his actual body, and I will take out the flowers I collected, place them in his hands, holding them, and say a few words in Undercommon. Because I wasn't necessarily all that prepared. It's nothing too specific. But I do say a few words. Since you're there, Tarak, do you speak Elvish?
Nope.
No? Okay, well then Tarak doesn't know what I say.
Nice.
Can I hear him?
I'm not saying it very loudly, so I don't know. How far do we get when it's chest height?
I have an 18 passive.
I'm going
It's
to
about-
hear
With your
the-
elvish ears.
It's about 10 or so feet in that you are about 6 or so feet deep.
Okay. So yeah, if that's deemed close enough to hear, I guess then there's a decent chance since he's.
Yeah, Malora can definitely hear it. Havel, if you want to try to hear it, you're totally fine.
But again, because I wish I was prepared, but I don't have death rituals memorized. But he does say something akin to what would be a standard for a fallen soldier back home. Hoping that in the afterlife that they have the warrior, and in his case king's blessing as he deserves for all that he has done for the world, and that the unrighteous will pay for the sin that they have committed.
Before they do anything, Havel actually goes, God, this pains me, if I'm going to be honest. Havel's going to take out the written alchemical book. He's going to skim through it really quickly and try to memorize as much as he can.
Okay.
Much like he did when he was a kid and he was reading a book that he probably shouldn't be reading. He's just going to skim through it, try to memorize as much of it as he can, try to take it in, and close it. And he's going to go into the water, and he's going to lay it gently on the body and go, my father told me once that, at least in the knowledge domain, we like to part with some of our best works. And going to leave that, and then I turn around and
Once Tarak gets to chest height, he will rest the body on the top of the waves, but like my hands are still beneath it.
Mm-hmm.
And he will recite Vadokan flo poshat valagrar Raunar Maushat lo Maushat Prokujat Shatoro Thaum Mubaram. And then he will put his right hand so that his palm covers the head, and then he will push and then also push below the waves away from him.
Like, you all watch as the body for just a moment almost seems to hover just beneath the waves. Yes, Malor?
I would like to go back near Renaya and kind of give her ginger and hold her hand if she'll let me.
You guys watch as Tarak pushes the body. It almost floats for just a second, just a few inches beneath the waves before slowly following the descent of the landscape beneath the waves. It almost follows it as it slowly sinks and flows out of the view of what you guys can see.
Track does his best to not like run out of the water, but he does very quickly step towards the shore with reverence, but also incredible.
Okay.
When they
You're-
return,
Yep.
Edward would kind of like look at Cather, and be like, "Do you mind if I say just a couple things?"
By all means.
Um, I've really, I haven't really been to many of these. I'm familiar with one other burial. It was my uncle. He was actually buried where you and Kiyomura, I believe, did your, I forget what you called them, your rituals or whatever it was. But that was a long, long time ago. I guess my point is I don't really know what to say, but I realize now that this is such a monumental task. I can't believe that it falls to us. This isn't. There should be more. There should be trumpets sounding and, soldiers saluting. But I suppose we are the ones that take this mantle to bury this legend. So he'll go on to just recant very briefly what he's known to do, the good things. Partially because Grant doesn't quite remember what he did in the history of like the world, but from what I've heard, it's good. So, DJ, could you give us a very brief overview of what people generally know of this
Good
person to have done the
Lore
good
drop,
stuff? Yes,
lore drop, lore drop.
please.
You would all know, especially you, Grant, that Terra Kalamos is considered to be one of the founders of the Blind Nations. If not considered one of the founders, one of the first allies of them. He, during the Elven Wars, he allied with the humans and the non-Elven races looking for a home to protect them from the wrath of the elves and the superiority of the elves. He was one who helped create the Valley of the Kings in East Bravania. He was one of the mages that helped some of those major mages. He also, on the condition of helping them, create a home for dragons, a place where they could reside and not worry about being hunted or cheated or stolen from. And that is part of what the free nations or the blind nations embody, is this home for all, where all can be protected and enjoy the life that they choose to make for themselves. And that doesn't just include humans, gnomes, tieflings, and the more traditional races that live here, but anybody that comes and chooses to claim these nations as their home has a home. And obviously they're not perfect with orcs and blah, 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 but that was part of what Terra Kalamos set as a precedent for these nations. So yeah, that's kind of the general information. He was also known as the King of the Dragons and a great mage and all this stuff. But yeah, those are his major accomplishments when it comes to the nations.
Perfect. So Edward kind of gives that relay quite eloquently. And then he says, many people think that recording history is important because it will help humanity, not just humanity, but all of the races, the whole world. It will help the world from remaking its past mistakes. It will help the world remember what it did wrong and learn from it so it does better. Now, I wasn't even sure that these tales were real, but now I've seen with my own eyes. This is clearly real. This is clearly something of meaning. This man, who has been here since the establishment of these nations, the wisdom he must have possessed was so great. And although I didn't know him personally, and I didn't even think he existed, I do know that the world has lost something. The world has lost this man's wisdom, this man's knowledge. And quite sadly, quite frankly, I'm sad that he's not around to help influence the world. Because we all know that we need influence. I feel undeserving, but I'm thankful that I'm here. This man deserved more. That's all.
If that is all, then I believe we have an herb to get to a certain mentor.
We
For
do.
anyone that's paying attention, Havel's crying.
So is Melora.
I'm guessing they're both near me.
Yeah.
She's holding both their hands and is also crying.
Nice.
You just, Renaya, you in particular, you just hear Havel under his breath just go, I really wanted that book.
Oh no.
Silently sobbing.
Oh, Havel. Oh, Havel.
What
So-
a kind sacrifice you made, Havel. Very well done.
I only got to skim it.
So you sit there and giggle before realizing that you now have to get a mile to shore again
Yeah.
with the
Like
dinghy.
the boat's
Is the
there,
dinghy
right?
flipped?
Yeah, the boat's
Is
there.
it still there? The dinghy is still there?
Yeah, the boat's still there.
Dinghy is still there.
It is there,
Okay.
right? Okay.
Okay,
You
okay. I
scared
was
me
like,
for a
like
second.
That's what I just said. That's what I
wasn't
just said.
responding.
Still there, right, DJ?
I had already said that the dinghy was there.
Wait, I wasn't listening. Sorry. Is there a boat or something?
No.
No, you guys no
No, we
longer
don't
have
have
a boat.
No.
You get to
You
use
must
Tarak
swim.
as a boat.
I mean, kill me now.
Oh my god.
I load in onto the dinghy. Onward, friends.
Assuming everyone is approaching the boat, I will kind of tap Renaya. And, I'll tap Melora too. They're definitely the two people in charge here. And I'll tap them both, kind of stop them briefly. Knowing now what you know, will you still ask me to get on the boat?
I am very sorry that I did not realize before what you were meaning about the ocean. I did not know much about Orcish culture and thought it was simply a fear that I could hopefully alleviate. I didn't wish to disrespect you nor your beliefs about the ocean, but I do know that we need you.
Hold on, Renaya, your mic. There we go. Perfect.
What she said.
If that is what you ask of me, then it shall be done. But know what it means. Well, we've got a sea to sail.
And Renaya is like holding Havel's off at a distance. It's like,
Oh yeah, we can go.
she looks for Catherine, and holds out Melora's hand to Catherine.
As a note,
Havel pats
actually,
Renaya's hand and is just like, it's okay. Let's go.
Well, I'm like, now Melora's off with Catherine, and I was like,
as a note, though, when you do look over, it is about now this point that Cather's actually leaving the water.
Yeah, I was like, technically, I don't know if he ever said he was leaving, so he's just been standing out there for like a couple minutes.
As you have been standing there, by yourself with everybody else, beginning to make their way back towards the boat and discussing, and you stand there silently by yourself. You watch the body float beneath the waves. And in the sky, you just gently hear this chorus. These faint voices, angelic singers, gently serenading the ceremony. And you look above and you can see ever so faintly this choir of not just angels, but of dragons and heroes and all types of beings. And you realize for just a moment that these are all the people that Terrakalamos affected, guided. His mentors, his allies, his children, his followers. All those who have passed before him, now welcoming him onto Mount Celestia. But only you notice it.
Yeah. After they start, after Cather hears his name being talked about, he'll turn and begin to walk over, and help get the boat prepared. As he walks by, though, he will whisper in Renaya's ear, and he'll say, "He made it," and just get on the boat.
You all pile onto the boat, Tarak waiting to be last, and then realizing that was a mistake because now there is no room on the boat as you guys barely managed to get all five of you into.
Do you want the platform? Sure.
It's no better or worse either way.
I wave my hand through the ground and a floating disc appears.
I don't know if it's possible to white knuckle on a gosh dang magic disc, but if it is, I'm doing it.
Alone.
Well, he can hold on to the
This
back of the boat.
floats about three feet away from the boat. So you guys could still hold his hand if you wanted to.
He could hover above us and go
Would you
tower
like-
with us.
Ginger.
No.
Right. Just thought I'd ask.
You all get onto the boat, and Catherine and Renaya begin rowing and pulling. And over the course of the next hour or so, you fight the waves and make your way back towards the coastline.
About halfway through, I say, "Renaya, she knows. We're
You're
coming,
right next
right?"
to her.
What? Oh, and I'm gonna pull out.
Well, I assume
my
it's
paper.
loud with the
We
waves
start-
and the shore.
I'm imagining Cather is still rowing, so we're like just turning in a circle right now. Right?
Melora will.
I was gonna say, yeah, either one of us.
Both of us together.
Renaya writes to Lada. We're on
Melora
our way
actually
back.
starts rowing. Havel like goes, yeah.
She's like, but Renaya's like so honed in on writing, and then so she finishes writing and she goes to grab it and sees it's already taken. It's like,
By all means, you can take over.
I got
This
it.
Very nice. You guys eventually make
DM.
your way back to the shore. Yes.
I have a strange request.
Okay.
So throughout since the beginning, since he left, Edward's been periodically like recording in his journal, like every now and then his experience. But this time he skips a couple pages, which he doesn't normally do. And he, at the top of the page, writes in his little golden bordered journal, he writes Fortress of Wisdom. And that's what he's been writing. He's been writing out the experience. And I was wondering if there was a way to determine how eloquently he can record this experience.
Yeah, roll a performance check.
Are you proficient in
Hey.
calligraphy?
I
think he's
don't
more.
know.
I think he's more
I
talking
would-
about.
think
I would
artistry of
imagine
word
so.
I know.
choice than.
I just like the fact that it's possible to be proficient
an
in calligraphy.
intelligence, charisma, or a
Roll,
sleight of hand
roll a
charisma.
performance check.
All right. That's a 21.
Yeah.
Nice.
This to those who will read this in the future, this will become one of the great epics of finding this legend and burying him.
Just just pumped out an epic while on a boat ride, no big deal.
And then
free
you basically
for
what's
someone to
his
just
bucket?
slap the book out of his hands into the ocean.
Just
and
into the
sing
ocean.
again.
No, don't you dare. Yeah, but that's what he's doing on the boat
Modern day Odysseus.
silently.
So, if nobody else
Do
has
we
any
make-
other things that they want to do, you finally make it to the shore.
Yay!
You push onto land, Tarak immediately jumping off of his disc onto the land.
Yep.
Um,
I'm already
And-
chanting flow krumah madno varukan flow pull shot valakrar.
Feral
Jump straight going in.
just
You
looming
need a
before
fire.
you is the
It's no
is the
use
cliffside.
anymore.
Oh, all right.
Looming in front of you is the cliffside with the rickety old wooden staircase that leads up to the town of Katin.
Make our way up.
Perfect.
Jaunt our way up.
You guys
I
make your way up the stairs, and you can see the dim light of a lantern inside Lada's house. You all approach, I assume?
I take out the 3 stalks of the Anderson that
Okay.
I had in my bag.
Havel kicks open the door. Is like, Mama Lada, your patience here.
She comes out from around the corner and immediately is like, "Oh, I see. Okay. Please sit down.
And Havel dramatically plops himself onto the
There's a conveniently placed
I
fainting
I
couch.
was not sure how
This is
much
perfect.
we needed. of
Vinny,
it.
would you grab a bowl?
On it, and I go and I get whatever I know she needs.
Yeah, you grab a bowl and a mortal and
Mortar and pestle.
pestle. Thank you.
mortal and immortal.
Pesto.
Oily.
Pascal, a mortal and Pascal.
Yes. You grab all the tools and instruments that she needs, and she begins by snipping off all the little flowers off the stalks, off of one stalk, leaving the other 2 to the side, and begins grinding that into kind of this paste, which he then puts into a bowl of water and kind of dilutes it just a little bit before grabbing a paintbrush. And she turns to Havel and says, I'm going to need you to expose all of the affected areas.
I look at everyone and go, well, unless you're looking to catch a peek at everything that I've been packing, I'd suggest you all leave.
I'll be in my room.
Meanwhile,
Edward.
while that was all going on, by the
Or
way,
there's no room.
I want to point
That's
out
outside.
Havel was recanting in the most dramatic way possible in Elvish,
Mhm.
a like the tail end of a story of like a hero being poisoned and him doing this like death monologue. Like,
Yes.
Tarak doesn't leave, but he does pull out one of the other pieces of paper and says, he turns to Lana and goes, "Would you mind if I took notes? This
No,
could
you
prove
are
useful
welcome
in
to.
the future."
Renaya stays but turns around.
I will
And-
leave.
Edward
Havel-
also leaves with Catherine.
Havel strips. I got a 19 on die for performance.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
So, in the wake of her lover's death, with her child next to her, you proceed to put on a show for
Oh god.
your friend's mentor.
Oh no.
Jeez.
I probably make it about halfway through and then just like start laughing and then just take off my clothes.
You
to my
can see
skimmies.
Lana just standing there, just not
Havel.
taking any
Yeah,
of
not
it.
entertained. That's totally fine.
It's not entertained at all.
100% for Havel.
She
is
not entertained.
Arthur, I have a passive insight of 14.
Uh-huh.
Were you leaving just to leave, or was something wrong?
You know, that's a wonderful question.
The
Laura's
answer is
on it.
yes.
You get
Something's
the sense.
going on.
Roll.
It's called Haval.
You get the sense she doesn't have. That's okay. You get the sense that he was already planning to step out, and that the invitation to is welcomed.
I will follow then.
Okay. So, for those of you that say, you watch Havel put on a show and chicken out halfway through.
And chicken out. I noticed the scolds and how no one was enjoying it, and I was like, well, I'm not going to waste this talent.
And you strip down, exposing basically up to your torso is the only portion of your body and your head that isn't skeletal in nature. And Lana begins to go through this process of brushing this solution onto your bones. And it's been interesting because for the last 4 days, you've had this lack of feeling and sensation in your legs and your arms. And so the first time again, you are feeling pain in those areas as this solution sears and burns over what
So Havel
is your
starts screaming.
yeah.
I stick
it's to
my
the-
arm in his mouth.
Yeah, it helps for about a minute or so until he eventually passes out from the pain because it has to go on. She has to be very deliberate and put a thick coat on.
Oh, yeah.
And so this is
Double-coat
about a half an hour process of for the first 5 minutes or so, he's screaming and being tortured basically before
Wow,
he
that's a
eventually...
long time for Havel to just be screaming in agony. Holy.
Yeah.
He has no
Well,
voice
you're
at
a
the
tough
end.
boy. Yeah.
Renaya would have stepped back and like held his hand, but still turned away.
Eventually, you're holding his hand, and eventually Lotta has to like take it away from you to be able to brush the solution on. But eventually, she lays him down. The cold sweat on his brow as he finally begins to relax, and you watch as very slowly fibers of muscle and ligaments begin to regrow from his limbs. While that was going on, Cather and Melora, what are you guys talking about?
I will follow, but sort of give room. And when I see where he's gone, I'll sort of like wait for a second. And if there's something around to like knock on, I'll alert him of my presence and ask.
There's a post that holds up the roof over the balcony.
I was gonna say, likely he stepped out just on the porch, stood there for a moment, and then like just like went around and just is like leaning against part of the house.
Great.
So Edward also walked out with Cather, by the way. And so just so you know, Edward's just sitting on the porch nearby. Just pointing
For
that
your
out.
information, you know.
Before you do anything.
Thought you might want to know.
Crazy.
I will pass Edward a little awkwardly.
Yeah.
And then find Cather leaning against the wall and sort of knock on the side of the house and ask, "Do you want some company?"
Sure, yeah. Always can enjoy some.
How are you?
Doing all right actually. Still a little frightened, actually.
Right.
This whole dragon thing, and then the additional.
Are you
Wait.
still hurt?
Oh, well.
You have
As
your,
I have
your
still
shirt.
a few scratches on my face.
You lift
and-
up your shirt and see like some intense bruising around your ribs.
Oh, all right. Give me a moment. Bring
yeah.
out Ruat.
Like, to be honest,
And
Look
I'll-
point out with the glisten of the moon
oh my
and the
goodness.
sea spray
God.
coming up at the abs.
Let's
Oh.
go.
While you're looking at this, you hear it's accompanied by the faint scream of Havel.
And I will He will get back 8 hit points.
How do you do that?
Ruat.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
As a note, because I rolled low on my wisdom save, with this, every now and again, you do actually see Cather flinch, hearing Havel screams. Just throwing that out there. Just letting you know.
Do you want to go down to the beach?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, we could take a walk.
Yeah, and perhaps we can take the scenic route, as it were.
Sure.
And actually, oh no, go.
I was just gonna say, as you begin to walk, Ginger pokes her head out of the pocket, and looks up at you, Melora, and then like looks towards the grass, and like looks back towards you.
I'll scoop her out, and I'll say, "You need to be very careful. All right. When you're done frolicking, if I'm not back, report to Renaya, please. All right." Okay.
And she leaps from your hands and disappears into the grass.
All right. Hope she doesn't run too fast. But
She'll probably be all right. I mean, that squirrel, I think, can live through anything.
I suppose so. And she knows she'll get in trouble if she doesn't return.
Yes, we all do.
Thank you for what you said earlier. It means a lot.
You know, that reminds me, actually, our conversation earlier, actually, I had time to think about it, and I realized I could better articulate my thoughts now.
All right.
And I realized when I left the table before, it wasn't because of the whole faith and the idea that Malice has a different ideal than what I believe. That wasn't why I left, actually. It was more of the just old memories, I guess. But regardless, actually, it did make me think about it, and I've realized better now that when it comes to fate, for a long time for me, it was just enough knowing that it existed. I knew there is no doubt in my mind that it exists and holds some sort of power and sway over people and their lives. But I don't really know to what degree, if it's very large at all, or, maybe just very minimal. But I realized that based on what I have seen, it doesn't make sense to me at this point that people don't have choice. That there is... I almost imagine it like we're in a forest and everyone's traveling on a path. And most people, and I think Renaya, choose to forge their own path through the wilderness, ignoring any pre-existing one that they might find. And I realized probably what makes more sense to me is that I found a path that was made for me. And that I choose to follow that and see where that leads me. And that is how destiny maybe operates. It's more of my choice than anything. Does that make sense?
Aye, it does. How does that make you feel in regards to the conversation that we had?
I think I am beginning to understand some things. That my path is going to lead me to encounter some people. And I think you are a part of that. More exclusively than the others, even.
Do you think you have choice in the matter in regards to me?
I guess I don't know entirely. It's kind of... I don't know, it kind of makes me... excited. It's almost like... Here's what I do know, Malora. And I know this is going to sound really weird, but
Alright.
I have to keep you safe. I don't have a choice in that. I have to. That is the choice that has been given to me by fate. But I also think that perhaps there is a little bit of a choice that I do get with how we get to interact with each other. It's just... So I guess, does that answer your question?
I suppose it does for now.
It's the best I got right now, to be honest. I don't understand a lot of things, and I know I won't get some answers for a while, probably. When was...
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
When was the last time you were with anyone besides Ginger? Do you remember? And if it's too painful, you don't have to say anything.
No, that's alright. A very, very long time.
I've been away from my home for 6 months now. Which is kind of weird, because it only has felt like about 2 months for me. That's going to be interesting to try and explain in a letter.
Have you written one?
I pull out one. And you notice that the sheets of paper just, like, it's obvious that, like, some are very old, like, have been written on and are much older than the other ones, than some of the other ones. They're just, I haven't found someone who can give this to, like, my family yet, who can, like, mail it yet, and so it just keeps getting longer.
Right. Well, I suppose we could find someone to send that for you. I'm sure your family is very worried about you.
Yeah, it's bizarre. I did not think I'd be gone this long, which is maybe a little foolish in hindsight. And I also kind of figured that I would likely be alone for most of my journey.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you.
But I'm glad I was wrong.
So am I.
We should maybe with the group someday we could all go see my family. Maybe I feel like there are you would love it, honestly. We don't have so many trees as like your forest does. We do have some trees. There's my favorite spots, ironically, is a graveyard.
She doesn't laugh. She doesn't laugh. That was Hannah.
Cather does chuckle to himself a little bit, though. But it actually, there's a tree there, with a little patch of flowers that I always go to when I needed to think. I don't know, I think you would enjoy it. Maybe Ginger too.
I would love to go if we had the time.
Right.
Perhaps we could
dragons and other
Well-
things are kind of in the way right now.
It's about time that I visit my home too, actually. Or what's left of it. I go every 10 years or so. It's nearing that time. It will not nearly be as enjoyable, I'm sure, than if you were to meet living people. But
I'm sorry. This thought just entered my head. It's a bad joke. It's a bad joke.
oh god.
No,
Keep going.
But I mean, isn't necessarily a priority, but at some point I do want to go back for a few days. I know it takes a long time to get there, and I know it's kind of out of our way, and we have so many other things going on, but
How much time do you have? Do you know?
just about a few weeks, I think. It's give or take always around this season.
All right, a couple of weeks. So, north. He's like actually like in his head, like and pointing at like the air, and just like okay. So if we're over here, okay, that's a bit of a journey to be honest. But I mean, if only this stupid figure couldn't wait.
Right. About that, I wanted to ask you something, and you didn't need to get sentimental or feel any sort of way about it, but if I die, will you take care of Ginger, and can you make sure that I'm in the forest? Maybe a tree or flowers or something?
Of course.
Thank you.
Now, I promise I will do whatever it takes to make sure that doesn't happen.
I know. Just if it were to, that's what I'd like. I think I'm going to have a nightmare tonight. I'm not feeling very well about what's happening in the city after what we saw today.
We haven't seen any trees in this area, have we, DJ?
there's like a single tree.
Where is said single tree?
It's back towards town.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Well, maybe we'll regroup with the others. Maybe have some dinner. What time is it anyway?
Very late.
We'll have some. Is there such thing as breakfast dinner?
I didn't know, but I didn't think we ate anything today, so any sort of...
We'll have
That's
some...
probably why Ginger wanted to run away. She's probably starving.
We'll regroup with the others. We'll have some dinner, and then maybe there's that tree towards the entrance of town, I think. Perhaps we could just go maybe camp out. You know, I think Haval said he brought a tent. You know, maybe we could swipe that.
Sure.
Thank
you.
I?
Call it
Can I
Death
not-
Fest, but people kept building patios and punching each other.
That's good. Good job.
We've
Aaron.
been
Thank you.
walking, Grant, so I don't know
for
if
that.
you heard.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, don't worry. I would love to say my thing if you guys are.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So lucky for you guys. I know you guys walked away, but Edward could, if he tried, probably could have heard you guys, but he didn't really care all that much. Plus, he had other things on his mind. So.
Oh, okay.
A good guy.
I'm so glad that we aren't a priority.
Great guy, Edward.
In the meantime, he pulled out one of his pieces of paper not his journal, like actual paper, and begun writing a letter. And now, DJ, I believe that the alias that Charles and Edward agreed on was something to the effect of Theodore.
I
don't
have
know
it.
if
I
that's
have
what-
it.
You do? Wow.
I do.
I should write this stuff down, shouldn't I?
You should.
Timothy Gradwell.
I was thinking it might
Yeah.
be Timothy Gradwell. Not Gradwell, but Timothy. I didn't
Yeah,
even-
Timothy Gradwell dash Edward's code name. Wink.
Nice. Good job. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's right there.
Please
So-
please tell me you wrote Wink.
So that's awesome.
Nice. I love it.
So, Edward wrote as they were talking, Sir Charles. Oh, and on the outside of the envelope that he will write on, and hopefully wax seal if he has this stuff for it, he'll write to Charles from old friend Timothy Gladwell?
Grad.
Gradwell.
Brad with an
Gotcha.
R.
All right.
Theodore Roosevelt.
So this is the letter. Sir Charles, travel has been challenging, but unexpectedly rewarding. My companions have abilities that must have demanded lifetimes of development, and although in certain instances they may be rather unconventional, they have gifted me with the opportunity to witness a legend. I find myself in increasing anticipation to get to the library. Thank you for encouraging me. You are a friend in the highest regards of the word. I hope to see you again someday. Signed, Timothy Gradwell. And once he's done, he gets the letter out, lights his little, wax melter, and takes the wax stick and makes a little wax seal. Just sticks it in his bag for future sending. And that's what he does. And then I'm assuming probably after this, Haval stopped screaming, so he'll probably re-enter the room.
Yeah. As you re-enter the room and Catherine and Melora continue to discuss and debate what they're going to be doing tonight, we're going to end tonight's session. And you all level up.
What?
Bro!
So quick.
Can we do?
Thank
Wait. Are we doing it right now? We're doing it on stream.
All that trauma for something, I'm telling you.
So, you guys will go ahead and roll your dice.
Is Troy still in chat? Troy, you have to update the command again.
If you're going to take a feat, let us know what feat you're going to be taking. As well.
Oh man.
Wait, right now.
I have to.
Ooh.
If you know what it's going to be.
Hey, that's
Bro, I
pretty
don't even know what
good.
the
Nice.
feats
No,
are.
I can't.
TJ.
I can't do this right now.
I rolled a 7.
I'm down
As
to my
much
last
as
dilemma.
As much as I want a feat, I feel like Havel has had a very personal change, right? I feel like there's been some growth.
Oh.
So I think I'm gonna bump his wisdom up.
Ooh.
Oh,
You could do that with a feat.
DJ, I think I'm gonna take a feat
No.
because it's cool. But I don't know which one it is because I don't know the feats. So I'll have
I
to
know
get-
exactly what I'm doing.
I got a 3.
I'm debating between Sentinel and upping my strength.
So we
So-
roll the HP, right?
I just
Yeah,
really
roll your
wish
HP.
that Melora was strong because I feel like having the Tavern Brawler feat would just be so epic for her. But
It fit.
So
DJ.
Oh man,
no.
I can't
Hey,
believe
DJ,
we
you
leveled
know
up.
how
This is
you
so
know how I'm
exciting.
thick. You know how
What is
I'm
that?
straight up. You know how I'm straight
Jesus
up the
Christ,
thickest of the thick.
Yeah.
So first of all, Tarak will be taking the tough feat.
Nice.
naturally.
Second of all, I just rolled my D10 and I got another 10.
That's awesome.
Wow,
I got a
dude.
7.
I
I
did
got
too.
a 3.
So,
Oh.
Tarak, just to confirm, you just gained 18 HP.
Something like that.
Nice.
Dang.
That's almost my max right now at level 3. I have a question for DJ.
Yes.
So this will probably happen every time we level up, but how do I add the health? I roll the thing.
So you're gonna roll your D8.
Do I
and
add
then you're going
con?
Yes,
you add your con, and that ups your max HP by that much.
Is there anything like? Does the number of the level have any effect
No.
on?
It does. You gain a certain feature of your class. For Bard, you get an ability score improvement, which means that you can either up a stat by +2 or 2 by +1,
Oh
or
my
you
god.
can choose to negate that for choosing a feat.
Okay, yeah, I'll probably do that one. I just wanted to make sure the health was being done
I
well.
don't know what.
And then when it
Rogue's
says
thing is.
temporary hit die or hit die down just at the bottom, like 2 boxes down, you should have 4d8 instead of 3d8.
Let's
So now when you
go.
take so now when you take a short rest, you can roll up to 4d8 of health that you regain instead of 3d8.
All right.
What's up,
I'm
Lydia?
good to go then.
I'm taking the observant feat.
Ooh, very nice. That gives you like what, a +5 to your passive perception, right?
Yeah, increase your intelligence or wisdom. And then if you see a creature's mouth while it is speaking a language you understand, you can interpret what it's saying by reading its lips.
Very nice.
And then you have a +5 bonus to your passive wisdom and passive intelligence scores.
Nice.
Epic.
So I maxed it out. I gain a total of 22 HP, setting my current max HP to
plus your con.
63.
Nice.
Damn.
Dummy thing.
Someone with access to a player's handbook, please tell me what the hit dice for a rogue is, because I don't remember.
D8, yeah.
Yeah.
Look at us, guys. We're all the way
out
to
here
level
living
4.
the dream.
Level 7.
Nice.
One more
So
level
if you do
until I
the
can attack
math,
things twice.
Wow.
That's like what?
One more level till I can hit things twice.
So that's
You
like
mean till you can miss
4.
things twice, Drew?
I rolled a
All
1.
right. That's like 4 episodes per level. So if we get
Ryan,
one-
reroll one.
You get a reroll on your first one.
Okay, that's
Come
more
on,
manageable.
8,
That's a
8.
6.
Nice.
That's
All right.
great.
So,
EJ,
everybody's rolled their
I'm
dice?
gonna message you about possible feats because I'm being indecisive right now.
I'm loving it. I'm ready.
Okay.
Cool.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
I'm loving it.
Loving it.
Is that everything, guys?
We did it.
Hey, that's up to you, Mr.
Well
D.
done.
I'm still trying to.
Yeah,
You
we
guys
did it.
Did
I want
it.
to take.
We're the
We did
winners.
it. We did
Side
it.
note.
Did it. Yay.
Side note, because I
Did
chose.
it.
I was thinking, but I also rolled my health and got a 10.
Your boys are
Nice.
thick.
I got a 7.
Smite night. It's smite night.
Not
baby.
as impressive, but still
got a
kind of
7.
cool.
It's
What
pretty
is
good.
everybody at?
I'm at 34.
Nice. Drew, what you at?
This would put me at 44.
32.
Nice. 32.
63.
That's crazy, bro. That's insane.
Grant.
And
Want to know mine before you?
Yeah.
25.
27. So I rolled.
That's what I was at.
8.
That's what I was at level
I'm the-
3.
I'm the babyest still.
You're the babyest.
Yeah,
I thought I was
100%.
gonna be the babyest.
Last
Hey,
time I rolled like a 2.
I
I'm
beat
taking-
you
Edward was a
by
baby
1
earlier.
point.
I'm gonna take
yourself, so-
skill expert, by the way.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for watching. This was a really fun episode. I really enjoyed it.
It really was.
Yeah, if you like our content, keep coming back on Monday nights. Also, go check it out. We will be having our Between the Rows, our 6-part miniseries podcast episodes out sometime in the next couple of weeks. So be on
Also YouTube.
the VODs will also be on YouTube. So that's a great little story that you can check out. We have one more session before we do our Valentine's Day one shot. So just be aware of that on February 8th.
DM'd by
and-
Lydia. What?
Lydia Korn.
Dang it.
But yeah.
Lydia Karen.
All right. Thank you guys so much for watching. We love you guys so much.
Shares with your
yeah.
friends.
Yeah,
Yes,
guys.
100%.
Good
Please
thing.
keep sharing us with your friends.
Do it.
Yeah.
We get like 2 or 3 new followers every week, and it makes us so happy to get to share this with more people. So, yeah, we love you guys. Is there anything else?
You keep forgetting to say
Check
the
out our
line.
merch
Don't ignore
store
Grant.
at
Look at
www.paperdungeon.com.
enjoy
We're
Grant's silhouette while he plays.
All right, with Grant
should end
serenading
this
us as we
now.
go, we're gonna say good night. Good night and Godspeed, everybody. So long, night, Dungeoneers, whatever.
Close
it is.
enough.
Close enough.
He's
Bye.
degraded.
We're tired.
Bye.
Yeah, everyone have a nice night.